everyone. So I figured today we just go ahead and finish up the Genshin Impact event. I believe this is the day that we can finish that up. And if it is possible, then that means that we can actually go ahead and maybe do the Yelan character quest. I've also been thinking about, I'd like to do about like 3 to 4 hour streams normally. Anywhere from like 2 to 4, I think is, a pretty decent amount of time. Um, but if this is finishable, then that means we should also be able to do the Yelan character quest. And I'd like to finish up my Yamiko character quest maybe on stream. I know that's a little bit late. The Kamisato Ayato quest I am literally at the very end for. Um, I just have to do like the last conversation. Oh, I don't want to give spoilers about that for anyone who maybe hasn't done it. But I'm at the very end. I'm in like one of the last conversations. Yamiko event, I've literally done like 2 conversations. We literally basically got something saying something's going on in Inazuma. So we showed up in Inazuma, and then someone was asking Yamiko for help, and Yamiko pretty much said, very much in a Yamiko-esque way, go do it yourself. Which, part of the reason I love that character so much, I would say that she's probably my favorite character still, personality-wise. I know it rubs some people the wrong way, which, is very much fair. But, I don't know, I just always really liked her. So I figured we'd just go ahead and hop into it. Why not, We have some dailies and stuff to do. I don't know what region it gave me today. I did turn it back onto random after having it on just Mondstadt for such a long time. Just because, again, maybe once I'm back in college, once I'm back in, because I have a gap semester, once I'm back working and stuff, it'd be better to shift that back to doing it in Mondstadt every day, because you could basically just speed run your stuff every day. I know how to do literally every Mondstadt commission by heart at this point, but for now, I don't think it really hurts. So let's go ahead and hop back into it. I was genuinely, as much as I love to make fun of, I know people really, really love, like, Zhao and such, but I don't know, sometimes the way some of those characters act, just makes me laugh. Like, Zhao was very much injured, and on one hand, I very much felt that he was like, I don't want to come join you just because I have that kind of aura that hurts people around me, all that stuff. There comes a point where you just have to accept that help. Stuff like that was making me laugh. Ito and Paimon. I was actually pretty heartwarmed by Ito actually taking care of Paimon. I thought it was a little bit sad that Paimon was getting done dirty. I remember I logged in yesterday. First thing I see is, oh yeah, it's Paimon's birthday. And then Paimon spends the entirety of that day as part of the event just in, like, dying. Not literally, but, I felt a little bit bad, but, I figured we'd, hop into this, see what happens. So, let's see what's going on. Hi, Paimon. You wake up? I was genuinely surprised she could sleep so well while she was flying. I didn't think that would be the case.
Wait, where are we?
We should still be in the same place, Paimon. Are you okay? And even Lumine seems like she's a little bit concerned about Paimon. That's good. Lumine, like, even without all the memes of, like, the Traveler, whichever one you chose, having no personality or whatnot, which, it gives or takes. I think it's very clear in, like, facial expressions, especially. I don't play Aether, but Lumine's facial expressions are some of the best, I swear. Like, it's pretty impressive how well they animated them. Just, you can tell emotion without seeing it. Hi, Mon, are you feeling better?
Way better. Paimon just got a little fright because she's never seen a crazy place like this before.
That's good.
Who would have thought the best guide in all of Tibet could end up so out of their depth?
Hmm. Yeah, I would definitely try to say something wholesome here. I feel like Lumine or Aether, again, I'm just gonna probably say Lumine because that's who I have on this account, but, it was a little bit harsh. Definitely says a few times, like, I'm the only adventurer, stuff like that. But again, I had a conversation with a friend last night, actually, and he could not wrap his head around why I liked Paimon. And I just think that Paimon's one of those characters that, like, yeah, she's a little naive. People talk about, like, being the greedy, the voice, and everything, but I just always thought that Paimon was meant to be almost like a child fairy, and the fact that she still looks after us and guides us and everything despite everything like that, I think is pretty endearing. So, mm-hmm.
So anyway, Paimon just had the weirdest dream. There were cattle mooing constantly.
Really is like talking like to a child. Oh, and there is Ushi.
Yeah, just like that. Aw,
So is Ito. Can you understand Ushi, Paimon? Because Lord knows we cannot, but Ito apparently can, so I do wonder. Xiao's awake too, it looks like. I'm glad that their sleep actually did affect things, because when we first got here, you know, they were saying it didn't. But hi, Xiao. Much as I joked, I'm glad you're okay too. He was actually wounded too. He had like some dimensional looking wounds in his arm. How do you feel, Xiao?
I'm fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Mm-hmm.
The karma I carry is dangerous to humans. Keep your distance.
Well, I have Adepti blood in me, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Even so.
What happened while Paimon was sleeping? How did Xiao get here?
Well, we
With a little
basically,
help, I was able to find my way
told him
here.
to stop trying to keep his distance, all thanks to Yomte. Yeah, Yomte was pretty good there. Oh, before I forget, quick thing. So I considered streaming it, but then I realized, I'm gonna be pretty scared. But I picked up a good number of games to me stream or YouTube, so I'm gonna be recording the closing shift. I don't know a whole lot about it. I just know that it was like a $6 Japanese horror game about a stalker. I thought it'd be very fun. Has multiple endings. I just figured I'd maybe record a playthrough, me finding my own ending. I would assume there's like a good ending, a bad ending, you know, maybe a couple other neutral, and I don't know. Um, but I thought about it and I was like, well, I could stream it, but I'd like to keep some things for my YouTube channel as well. Because recently I have been posting largely my stream VODs. I try to post at least one thing every day. Usually it's been like a Slay the Spy run, a Binding of Isaac run. I did do my Green Day Time of Your Life cover. So I was like, you know what, maybe I'll try and do something just for the channel. But don't worry, I picked up like Hades so I can stream. I've been looking at this game called Dicey Dungeons. Roguelikes, the nice thing is, even again being unemployed in a gap semester with college, not really having a super reliable income at the moment. Um, Though I do have, you know, thankfully enough income saved up before I lost my job and stuff, which again, not really anything I was able to control, just kind of how it happens. I can cover my bills for quite a few months. I'm not in any concern. I'm not trying to spend too much money on anything I mentioned. I'm trying not to spend more money on this game in particular, which is why I was trying to save shifts because I'd love to get like Aqua Simulacra, but I'm planning on trying to get Shinobu and then I don't know. After seeing that video I was talking about last time about that crazy domain clear with like Venti, Kazuha being crowd control for like a Mona and a Yelan, I was thinking maybe I really should focus Kazuha. And again, I don't even know if Yoimiya is getting a rerun. I looked up some stuff. Again, I know you're not supposed to do any leaks or anything like that, but I also don't play the beta or anything, so it's basically me just like seeing random stuff on the internet. People were saying that uh, Klee, Kazuha, and apparently Haijo was confirmed for 2.0. So maybe Yoimiya isn't getting rerun, which is fair enough. I think both Klee and Kazuha have had significantly more time without a rerun, because I believe the Yoimiya run was right before the Raiden Shogun first run, and I don't know if she's had a huge, demand. So I'd imagine she's gonna be one of the characters that gets run along something else. But you never know. Like Kazuha didn't have a huge demand on his first banner, and now he's definitely the most wanted character by far. So we'll see. But anyway, enough stalling. Let's get back. All thanks to Yo and Faye.
Conqueror of
She very
Demons.
much helped with that.
Could you tell us what happened before he joined us?
No need to be so formal. Just call me Shao.
That's good. He's
Sure.
getting past his barriers a little bit. I can understand why, given his past, he's a little bit hesitant to get close to people. But
I came here looking for someone, but when I found them, they weren't anything like how I expected.
interesting.
Madam Ping says that you usually base yourself at Wangshuin to guard the main road through Dihua Marsh. It's unusual for you to go looking for someone yourself. Are they an Adeptus?
I've seen pictures about the Yaksha. I wonder. I've also seen we're gonna get to see Mona's house in
Looking for a
2.8.
yaksha called Bosacius.
It was a Yaksha, okay. I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere before. I always just feel so bad for Mona. Mona's a sweetheart. A little bit superfluous, I suppose, but given everything, I've always worried about her. The whole, like, I literally don't even eat enough that I'll faint inside my house.
Bosacius. Is that one of the 5 Yakshas? Like
I think
you?
we've heard that name before, I
thought
just
that
don't
you were
remember.
the only one left. Aren't the other 4 gone from the world?
You could say that. But Bosacius's body is the only
Was he
one
lost
that
in the
was never
war?
found.
With the beast
Yakshas
from
deal
Conria?
with God's remains all the time, and we become tainted by karma.
Interesting.
Over time, it inevitably drives us to madness. The last time I saw Bosacius, it was the day he lost his mind. He left. No one knew where he went, and I never heard from him again.
Well, then perhaps he is alive.
But Bosacius
I don't think
was
it's
the
bad to be
eldest of us.
optimistic.
He once told us, as Yakshas we will experience countless wars. Whether we live or die, we must promise to take care of each other, and know each other's fate to the very end.
That's good. You should always
Did
take
he
care of those
forget
around
his
you.
promise because he lost his sanity?
It's possible, but I did not. I am the sole survivor. So it is my duty to find out the fates of the others.
What made you come
I'm
to
sorry,
the
Zhao.
chasm? Did you hear something about Bosacius being here?
Did you know that 500 years ago, the beasts of Conria invaded
So it
the
was.
chasm?
Conria really does seem to affect just about, yeah, well, yeah.
That
It's
war
affected
lasted
everything.
a long time. It is said that in the midst of the battle, a brave Yaksha was seen putting up a heroic fight. But
Was
no
that
one knew
not
the Yaksha's
you?
name.
Oh.
But
I would have to imagine
there
Zhao
were
was,
many more than 5 Yakshas in total.
yeah,
So there's
involved.
no guarantee it was Bosacius.
Maybe he was busy.
Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case either.
You must think it was probably him if you came here to investigate, right?
I am by no means certain, and I didn't have any other clues except for this one. But Bosacius was proud. If he had taken part in that war, he would have announced his name. So at first, I thought the nameless Yaksha couldn't be him.
That's interesting.
Wait.
Well, I mean, it
so
had
it
to have been
was Bosacius you
something
were fighting with?
decently powerful to have
injure
injured Zhao.
Yes.
You saw him when we fought him. Yanbei?
No way!
The invasion of monsters from Conria, the battle in the chasm, and Yelan's ancestor. I have a feeling that somehow these are all connected.
Still curious to what clan
full of
Yelan is from, since
coincidences,
she's
but
apparently
this is
not
too
from the
much of a
Guhua clan.
coincidence. Could this all be related to the fantastic compass mentioned in the will, too?
What will?
Oh, right.
The
I
one
came
she
here
was
because
investigating.
of a will. Maybe it's not something you've come across much before, but both mortals and adepti sometimes write out their final wishes so somebody else will carry them out after they've passed. It's known as a last will and testament.
And this can be done at any time?
Whoa! You wanna write a will?
Zhao. You know, one thing that's probably come to Zhao's
It's no
mind.
accident that you saw my illusion that day. This place used your desire to find me to
crap.
create a trap that you would willingly
Well, we
walk
did
into.
find you, so I don't know if you
Your
could say it was
deception is
completely a
easy to
trap.
spot, but the truth laced with lies can be a fatal combination. What you
remember
heard
the
were
things he
really
said.
things that I said.
But
It made sure you
hold on.
heard my real voice to create panic. This one-way communication was the bait.
yeah, no, that is probably true. But one thing that maybe a bit dark to say, that I have genuinely would say is maybe Zhao, and oh gosh, I hope not, but maybe even like Ganyu. I have wondered though. You have to consider like Rexlap is considered dead in Liyue, and given the way they all reacted, I mean, Cloud Retainer, I remember her first reaction was to be like, should I destroy the entirety of like Liyue Harbor? I'm still very much not entirely understanding of whether or not the Adeptus and those closely related to them know if Zhongli's alive, because surely those who fought with him for such a long time know what he looks like, and it's not exactly as though Zhongli hides himself, you know? He is very much the advisor for the Wangsheng funeral parlor with Hu Tao. He never really hid who his identity was. So I've really wondered if, like, does Zhao, does Ganyu, does, Cloud Retainer, I think it makes a little bit more sense. Has Shenhe met him since she came to the harbor, Do these people know that he's still alive? Because if they don't, especially in the case of the Adeptus, like Ganyu have been alive basically since the war. They've served Zhongli, Rex Lapis, Morax for such a long time Again, I can't imagine they don't know what he really looks like, and it doesn't appear that he hides his appearance or identity. But surely, if they don't, they've mourned him, and it's someone that has basically been there for them and Liyue since its conception. So that has been something that's been on my mind very much.
If we hadn't managed to get in touch through the spatial rift, we may well have lost someone by now. Rather than murdering in cold blood,
Souls, huh?
this space seems more intent on consuming souls.
But it somehow shows Connery.
Impossible.
Our opponent is very clever. It is not safe to stay here. Everyone, whether I accomplish what I came here to do or not, I must find a way to get you out safely.
Thank you for looking after us.
I rejoined to warn you that it's extremely dangerous here. If you stay here too long, this space may well devour you.
But
Perhaps.
how do you know?
What happens if we get devoured? Well, I can't imagine anything good,
A
but
shadow of your former self.
I mean,
wandering the underground
if
like a lost
Adeptus are
soul.
supposedly okay, again, the travelers aren't human.
Sounds like you saw them too.
In
Yelan,
fact, the only
you're back.
technical humans here with us
I've
having
been
an
back a
Oni
while. I was
would be
listening to the
Yelan
conversation.
and Shinobu, no?
I've seen some strange things here too. Objects that shouldn't be here. Strange figures appearing, then vanishing. I don't think any of it is real.
Got what? Adeptus,
Are they just
Traveler,
illusions?
half
At
Adeptus,
first, I had the same thought,
Oni.
but it's not that simple. There may come a day when these illusions become real and attack you.
Maybe.
From what you were saying a moment ago,
No way to
it
tell, though.
sounds like you know a way out of here.
I can't say for sure. It's just a guess. As Yanfei
They
said,
say the
this
power of
space is chaotic
imagination.
and unstable,
I
but
swear.
it has its weaknesses.
Oh, that makes a little bit
By
more sense.
attacking the point
Attack
where
where they
both
connect.
spaces connect,
That is what he did.
I was able to create a rift and move from one to the other. So, if I use all the energy I have, I may be able to tear a passage out of this chaotic space.
Oh, yeah, but we're not leaving you.
So powerful attacks can affect the space itself. I had wondered if that was
Again, much as I joke
possibility.
around, we can't just leave Zhao here.
Whoa. But what do you mean by
Yeah.
all the energy you have?
I mean, it will take everything I've got.
They're not gonna. Surely they don't kill Zhao this event. That's what I said about Signora.
Said you were gonna get us out
And
safely.
yeah,
You're
but surely not Zhao.
You can't
I know everyone says Tartaglia gives off death flags, but
I saw
Surely not.
Bosacius underground. That's when I realized the horror of this place.
Hmm.
A single blast can only create a very small opening. To send you back to the outside world, I may need to continuously
I mean,
channel power.
if I was in this position,
Tunnel open.
I would maybe state the merits. Again, they
I
won't
know
like
how to
it.
fight to the bitter end.
Of oh my gosh, Zhao. Yeah, you won't have the energy to continue to fight to the bitter end. If I was in this position, especially as the Traveler, being someone as powerful as I am, I would at the very least suggest we send back Ito and Shinobu, because I think that just, again, I know they're, I'm not saying they're not capable, but they're not from Liyue. Though, again, neither are we, but we've also helped Liyue countless times, you know, and we are the Traveler. And I know they wouldn't agree with it, but I think Ito being Ito and Shinobu looking after him, we could probably somehow get them out. And then I would also suggest we get Yanfei out of there, because Yanfei isn't a, you know, canonically a fighter. But I could very much see the Traveler and Yelan staying to help. But again, I don't think we should just ditch him in general. Especially after all he has been through.
No. No way. Even if what you're saying is true, I can't agree to this.
I'm on neither. It's not much of an escape plan if we gotta leave someone behind.
We should leave together. We should.
It's only a good or bad plan if there are other options to compare it to.
That is true.
But that's
Good and
not the
bad are very
situation
much
we're in
comparative
right
terms.
now. I doubt you'd still be stuck here if anyone had a better idea.
Yeah.
Be certain that your plan will work.
I cannot.
What is wrong with you? You can't bet your life on something if you don't even know it's gonna work. It's not worth it.
To conclude, I'm not agreeing to this plan.
What if I told you? This is my last
All
will.
right, dude. Like,
You? Ugh.
That's That's your strategy, huh? No offense, but we have no guarantee this plan of yours will succeed, or even that it's safe. You said it yourself. Yakshas pose a danger to humans. You really expect us to accept your self-righteous plan just because you say so?
The battlefield is a treacherous place. Every opportunity you take, you put everything on the line for. If you fear sacrifice and failure, you can never be victorious.
That is
I've
very
been in
true.
my fair share of treacherous battles, so I know full well that you never bring up extreme measures like this until the very, very end. You say these things in the hope that we will understand.
Is he
and accept
standing on
them.
a small hill
But
or
if you
something like
don't
that?
even
Because he
know that
looks
your
somewhat similar in height to
self-sacrifice is going
her.
to pay off,
And I'm pretty sure
how
Zhao's shorter than like
easy
everyone
to
except
allow.
Heijo and the
Besides,
children models,
if
isn't
you
he?
were really so determined to end it all, you wouldn't have given us the opportunity to share our opinions. You think you're oh so cold and ruthless,
Oh.
but I'm not buying it.
With people in
And
a fragile
anyway,
state of mind like Zhao,
losing
I don't
one
know
of
if the
us is
best
the
plan
rest
of
gonna
action
say,
is, well, in this case,
some
but
victory that is.
yeah, when you
Yelan,
just call him out like
don't
that
be
in
so
such a harsh
harsh.
way is exactly what I was thinking. It's not always the. I
Point
think she's
is,
trying to bring him back to his
it's
senses,
not
but.
time for drastic measures yet.
Hmm?
It's possible there's a hidden passage.
Oh, she is
leading
quite
to
a bit
the
taller.
exit
I
we just haven't discovered.
was about to say. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I've been wondering. They're just standing in the corner.
What if there isn't? Or if we don't find it? And in the end, I'm so weak that I don't have the strength left to sacrifice myself. What do you propose we do then?
Well, that's something we'll deal with when we get there. I just realized he has a very similar eye color
As
to
things
Lamine.
stand, there's no difference between sacrificing you and trying to find another way out in terms of the likelihood of success. If we can't say that one strategy is better than the other,
Yeah,
we
I was gonna
certainly
say
shouldn't be
Yelan
rushing
seriously
into a
getting annoyed.
risky course of action.
She seems, I don't know if the word's like sassy or annoyed, but Yelan very much has been a little bit annoyed with some people, like when she first met Ito. But I think she's just a little bit serious.
Strike can break us out of this place.
Oh,
That's right,
no.
I heard ya. No one's staying behind to let anyone else out, all right? Enough talk. It's time for action.
You're gonna bring out the big Geo Club? Shinobu about to tell him off.
Come on, whatever you are. Let's see how long you manage to keep us trapped in here after I'm finished with you.
Okay. Ito's English VA
Easy
is...
now.
Yeah, and for all we know, he's gonna get us caved in. Ito's voice actor, though, is great.
Have a taste of this.
Oh, he's gonna use his vision. Perfect. Perfect. It actually was. Oh my gosh. I didn't think that was gonna work.
Check it out.
But,
new pet.
hey man. Nice.
If you need a hero, I'm the
Are you
man
okay?
for the job.
Oh no.
Should have seen this coming.
I'm sorry, Shinobu. She definitely feels so responsible for Ito. I don't want her
Why
to
do
feel
you
bad.
always have to do things like this? Shinobu.
What happened to Ito? Did he pass out?
The boss used up all his strength in one punch. Maybe that's the reason he managed to tear open a passage.
He's One Punch Man.
Let me see if there's any way I can stabilize it.
He did this because he heard us arguing, right?
Uh,
The thing with boss is, he just can't stand
Oh,
conflict between
oh, that's if that ain't the
Whenever
pot
we get
calling
into
the
an argument
kettle.
in the Arataki game, he always goes and does something shocking to calm everyone down. Today, he's done it again.
He's
He
a
may
good
not have
person.
known you for very long, but when he said he sees everyone as part of the same team, he truly means
I don't even know if Ito's one of those people that's capable of lying. So,
Another
everything
thing with
aside,
Boss is, he hates
he's
it when
trying.
other people sacrifice themselves, but he always seems to end up doing it himself.
He did prove that in his character quest.
Slight distinction to be made with him. When he does things like this, he doesn't really think he's sacrificing himself because he genuinely believes that he's strong enough to defeat any obstacle he's facing.
Giant ego alert! And wasn't he just doing the same thing Xiao suggested? So stupid.
Well, I think that's probably part of the thing that drew Shinobu into the Arataki gang, to be fair. And she probably believes in him, everything aside.
The boss is hardly open to persuasion.
That too.
Besides, he always acts without thinking.
Can't imagine.
There's no doubt that he really thought he was about to solve everything in one hit.
It's okay. We
It's
can
not
just
him
wait
either.
it out a little
The
bit.
other guys in the Arataki
Get
gang
him
are
to wake
more or
up
less
and
the
hopefully he'll be
same.
okay.
That's why they need someone like me to clean up after them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't stop him if I tried, so I might as well just let him do his thing. Besides, often his harebrained intuition is surprisingly on point. We might punch our way out of here yet.
Ito, please tell Paimon you're okay.
I'm sorry.
There's no need to feel bad.
You have nothing to apologize for. Both you and Yelan made some very good points. Still, if this was an Arataki gang issue and you were one of our members, I have to say I'd side with Yelan on this
I don't know
one.
if that's necessarily the way to
Boss
treat Zhao right
definitely
now.
wasn't
Zhao is already
sacrificing
having a very
himself.
hard time with...
He firmly believed that we'd
I don't
be
know if
able
it's a
to find way out
self-esteem
through the
issue or
passage
what
he
the way to
opened up.
talk about it is,
And
but I
he's
don't know if I'd say
certainly not
that.
expecting to be left behind. Everyone's important. We
He's
have
not...
to
No,
support
we're
each
not
other if
planning
we're
on
going to get
leaving
out
him
of here.
behind. Jeez.
Your survival is of huge importance to some people. No, to a whole lot of people.
Can confirm. People love Zhao very much.
Shinobu?
Everyone, let's all do our best to try and find a way out. There's still a chance. I'm sure we can escape. Leave the boss to me. Don't worry.
Let's... Are you gonna carry him? I was gonna say we can wait till he's okay. Surely.
Everyone, it seems this passage doesn't lead to the outside world, but deeper inside.
We don't have another option though.
So, Ito's
Don't
efforts were
say
in
that, Paimon.
No, it's still worth exploring.
You should maybe not go by.
I'll go and take a look first.
Ah, I see. I'm with you.
what?
So far, I still haven't found the thing I came looking for. That magical device, remember? If
Well,
this
if we can't
domain
get
has
out.
the power to project our imaginations or the
It's not
things
gonna
we're
be the
searching
most
for into
priority.
reality, well, maybe I can use that to my advantage to track it down.
That is probably possible though, yes.
No wonder she keeps telling us to keep going. If it's a magical device, it must be super powerful.
Well, I can't guarantee that, but it's worth a try.
I will find
Let's
a
give
way.
it a try. Oh, why? That's fine.
Let him go. But if you're planning on going into that domain too, then come with me.
Yeah, we can't just
After
at this
all, I'm
point.
just a lawyer. We'll be safer if we team up.
Anyone with a vision again. I know I said
Right,
she wasn't a quote-unquote
you and
warrior,
Xiao
but
seem pretty close, huh? Yelan got a bit worked up just now, so I just wanted to apologize on her behalf.
yeah, Lumion
I
and
have to
Zhao
say,
always
though,
seemed
If Yelan hadn't
close in a
spoken out
strange
like
way.
she did, I'm not sure she would have gotten through to him. Also, self-sacrifice is something Yelan feels strongly about.
Interesting.
She tried to stop whoever it was. From what I know, she's lost comrades in the line of duty before, and then was rescued herself. Maybe being a survivor is what makes her so against seeing other people sacrifice themselves.
Wonder if
How
Yelan
can
has
things ever
survivor's
be the
guilt.
same again, knowing that your life was saved when others weren't?
Yeah, exactly.
In a way, salvation can also be a burden. If I were
Nothing
her,
is ever easy.
I'm not sure I would have done anything different.
Yeah, well, no, everything aside, I think sometimes it does take being very direct and maybe even harsh to get through to someone. But we do probably need to keep an eye on Zhao, especially. He's always been the type that just kind of feels very much responsible for everything, which is unfortunate, but the best we can do is look after him.
Oh, wait, 1 second. I'll be right there.
Who?
Yeah.
Oh. Is that basically just like...
Right, that's much safer.
Oh,
Since
okay.
Ito can't fight right now, I've cast a
Yeah, I was
spell
gonna say, she
protection
does have a
does.
vision, and I'm pretty sure making a vision just naturally makes you stronger than, like, 99% of Tivat anyways, so...
We will. Same to you.
Even if she's not a
Alright,
quote-unquote
traveler,
fighter,
Let's go.
canonically, she still has a vision. But, yeah, let's go. Time to finally get into it. New domain. Is this gonna be another one? Oh, I felt so dumb about the puzzle. It took me 2 of the 4 phases to figure out that it was just stepping on the symbols that lined up. I was like, ah. If it isn't the consequences of my own stupidity. The wondrous space hidden within the chasm's depths, a key location filled with many mysteries. Anything here? Oh, okay. Alright, let's just hop into it. Should be fine. Can't imagine there's anything too dangerous in here. I forgot to change my healer over to Jean, so my Yelan will have less HP, but eh.
What's this?
Weird and wonderful time. See? It is interesting.
Look at that huge disc.
What
in
is
the
that?
distance. Hold on. Is that the fantastic compass?
Those are not methods of comparison that I would have personally used, but you know, let's.
What? That's the best description
Yeah.
you can come up with? It's way, way bigger than that!
Huh. Well, it seems our theory checked out. In my humble legal opinion, that's almost certainly the magical device I've been looking
Weren't you
for.
trying to bring it
really
back?
showed up. But if this really is the fantastic compass, it's so huge. How the heck am I gonna lug that back to my office?
They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. Just take a picture and let's
come on,
leave.
Faye. Don't give up now. Let's investigate the area first. What the?
What?
Are they? Are they treasure hoarders? They
Ow.
look familiar. Oh yeah, I bumped into these rapscallions a few days
Should
ago.
we really be beating people up even if they are treasure hoarders in the middle of this place of everywhere? I know it's not gonna stop us, but it's absolutely not gonna stop us. Okay, fair enough. Level 90 Yanfei. My Yanfei is definitely not level 90.
There's a smaller disc here. Judging from the appearance and design,
Aren't these little tokens for a charged attack?
in all likelihood,
Yeah,
this is the
okay.
fantastic compass. Why is there a small version of the fantastic compass stuck in the ground? What's it for?
Trying to remember what Yanfei does. I've never been much of a Yanfei player. Oh my gosh. To be fair, I do need to level up another pyro character probably other than there's Tao. Because certain domains are, oh my gosh. I'm stamina. Because I've been using charge attacks. Also because I'm bad. Not terrible damage, 7k on that charge. And use Edge, you were no fighter. That was like 6 dudes just by yourself.
Easy peasy. Just like last time. You know, when I ran into them before, I was working on a big commercial case. The defendant hired them to attack me.
It's a good thing
just
you
to
have a
get back
vision.
at me.
Living in Tavad, especially if you don't have a vision, doing anything sounds kind of tough.
Happens all the time. Luckily, I'm well trained in martial arts, so taking them down was a piece of cake. But these are the exact same guys as I met last time. Is this space
Okay, I feel less bad if they're memories. I was gonna say, if they're trapped in here too, we're just smacking them around.
Intends to devour us.
Mm,
Unbelievable.
interesting. Alright, well.
Whoa. Is this a tunnel? This is weird. It feels like it's connecting to another world.
Maybe another
Or maybe
time.
another time.
Oh. I've wondered if there's gonna be like a temporal or spatial based character. I think that would be pretty neat. I was about to say, am I missing something? On this note. What's up here? Anything? No? Okay, doesn't look like these are breakable. Is this going to be one of those loops that I need to run through several times, I wonder? Because this isn't a super big space and I can't see anything else of note, so... Or is this one of those I need to loop back until I figure out what I'm actually supposed to do? Is anything different? Or is this another puzzle that I'm gonna find out what it was and feel real dumb? Because that seems to be a very recurring theme for me lately. Nothing's there. Oh.
A new entrance. Great.
Wait, where? Oh, did this change? She said it. This looks exactly the same to me.
Take it easy.
Oh, okay. Maybe that was it.
I thought we might run into some other people here, but apparently not.
Okay, what's that sound? What's that? Oh.
The Fatui?
Well, I know we were supposed to
memory
run
is
into some
this?
more. Probably ours. Maybe Yelan's.
Watch out!
Might be Yelan's, but we've beaten up quite a few Fatui.
Just as I thought.
Okay, yeah, it's maybe hers then.
Yelan, you're here.
I will take you down no matter how many times you show up.
She's
Hey,
pretty mad.
relax. We're together now.
Frozen. Crisp.
Stop that. Ow. Oh, okay. I assume it gives us... Does it tell us what con this is? Because she has 2 charges on her E now. It's con 3. This is level up by 3 when exclusive throw can... Okay, so that's interesting. It's only C1. I'd love to get a C1 Yelan, but that is not happening. Ow. Let's maybe melt that. Although actually, now that I think... Okay, no, I was gonna say maybe it'd be faster to use. Oh my gosh. It's interesting that she gets an extra charge. I was not sure what she would get.
Game's up. Fun's over.
I mustn't give up. But can I out of here?
Are we actually beating up the real ones? Because I would feel a little bad. Again, because we shouldn't maybe just be beating people up and then leaving them in here. Although the Fatui did try to literally destroy, but you know.
Amateurs.
Um,
And still they dare to come after me.
You've still got it.
My voice just now.
Remember how I said I'd seen some illusions myself? Those were the same words I heard last time. The space seems to be reproducing that memory.
Interesting.
Now that you know, at least we're all on the same page.
Yeah, you very much don't seem like the type of person to
Fantastic.
tell us.
Was he talking about the fantastic compass?
Yanfei, see that thing on the ground?
Is that the
Yeah,
actual
we tinkered
compass?
with it. That's how we met up with
That would be
Yelan.
convenient.
I guess it's
Much
a
more
miniature
doable.
version of the fantastic compass in the distance. It has a close connection to the entire space.
It looks somewhat familiar. Let me think.
Enter the new space. Oh. Or did the needles took different orientations of time and they enjoyed different. Enter a previous point which affect the next point. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Actions in a previous point may affect that. I was just going to rotate the needle. Okay, yeah. Wait. Oh, it can't turn that. Maybe we should go back to this one then. Oh, can it only go 2 places? I only clicked it once. Interesting. Now that effect is giving me a headache. I'm gonna lie, ugh. Well, I don't recall. There's nothing here, so let's rotate it back forward. Oh, there's no longer a pillar here. What is it? Rotate it backwards. We only change it one. again. No, okay. What part of it is hitting the ground? Is it that little circle there at the bottom? Because so confused. Oh. Yeah, in this way, I think Yelan's cons are actually pretty similar to Shenher's, aren't they? Doesn't she also get an extra? Yeah. Yeah, they really did mirror that C1, huh? That's interesting. Maybe eventually I'll try and go for C1 on those two, because I do like playing both of them. Well now this is very dark. And it looks completely different. Again, I don't really... Oh. Note of Unknown Origin 2. I mean, I might as well just take a clue. I really don't see anything else interactable, though. That was the only thing. Maybe we should keep trying to move forward. I feel like that's generally a pretty decent course of action. It said your actions in the previous area can affect
Take it easy.
what happens. Is it another... I mean, I see the symbol. Maybe that's what it means. Oops. I was looking at this needle here. Maybe that's what it means, because it only goes... I only see 3 circles up there. The rest of the symbols... There's symbols on the bottom. I don't see symbols literally anywhere else, though, so I'm not sure. I guess I never tried to run around back here. Oh, you can't. Is it... Okay. Doesn't matter which side you go through. I haven't really explored this base because it didn't seem like there's anything. Interesting. Maybe do I shoot the clockers? I really am not seeing, you know, it's talking about how our actions in this space, oh, a chest, will affect it, but I'm only seeing very, very minor differences, like the small pickups and now a chest. Nothing so much as like, oh, if you do this, it'll affect this space in another timeline. How do we get to the rightmost? Yeah, I can't go there. Let's go to the left then. Surely it's not. Yeah, that's okay. Just the symbols have been so important in the other puzzles. I was initially thinking maybe that has something to do with it, but... What's this? Oh, if I cut this down here... Interesting, that is interesting. I didn't even see that. But if eventually... I don't know which way if I should turn it there. But if our actions here are affected in the future and it's stuck in the tree at one point, then if we cut down the tree, move time forward. That's really interesting. So it was something that I just wasn't seeing. Right? Was this the one where it... Can I go backwards anymore? No, okay. But now there isn't... Touch the ground, okay. Was I supposed to go through at this second one? I feel like these puzzles take me a lot longer than they were probably meant to, but... That's okay. Interesting. Yeah, there's no longer a tree here in this version, so maybe we can go all the way forward then. Or maybe I'm not even supposed... Oh yeah, okay. But this, maybe I'm also not supposed to be messing with the needle, but... Does it go any further? No, okay. Oh, well, now it's red. That's encouraging now, isn't it? Okay, that was actually a really cool way of doing it. It didn't even occur to me that we were messing with time. So go back in time, get rid of the tree, come back. But nice.
Another new space.
At least it's
If
something
everywhere
different.
within this space follows the
How
same
are we gonna
rules,
go back and get the
there must
others?
be another small fantastic compass somewhere around here.
Bosacious. I can't
Oh,
believe
hi.
someone like you would end up as a lost soul underground.
Hi, Mr. Zhao.
No enemies. Hold on.
Wait, is the enemy hiding
Oh
itself?
no, yeah, it's the Zhao's version.
We should go help him.
Stay back. This is my fight. Do not come near me.
Okay, fair enough, dude.
Filthy monsters! So many people have died at your hands! I lured you here to this underground space because I found your weakness.
Hiding and
Did you?
ambushing from
Ow.
the dark is Bosacious's signature tactic.
Die here with me!
How did a valiant warrior like you die here?
Am I doing anything? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if
No
I'm...
matter. I know how this ends.
He's getting tired, apparently. Oh my gosh.
Look, Bosacious is showing signs
Oh, was I
of
supposed to just be
fatigue.
dodging?
Bosacious. Martial Retris. Even your
Martial
strength is
Retris, huh?
finite. But your illusion is not as mighty as you. This is not you in all your glory.
I'm afraid
I
to ult
wonder
if
what
it's just
Rex
me,
left.
because if I die,
If he saw what had
because I
become
drained
of
all
the
my health,
first
it'd be
Tianshu.
awkward.
Leave! I'll deal with the rest. We can't let the monsters get to the surface. Everyone, remember, we must hold the line at 60 miles outside the chasm at all costs.
It's really hard to get an accurate measurement. That was the fight?
Enough! Phantom! Be gone!
Did that do it? Oh,
Joe, are you okay?
you recovered from
This
injury,
is
yeah.
my purpose. Don't worry about me.
So you're
Saying don't
invisible
worry about me
because the
usually
legendary
causes people to worry about you
Bosacious
even more,
Martial
as it
Retris?
turns out. Can save from experience.
Yes. So excuse my stubbornness. Bosacious has been missing for centuries.
Yeah, so you said.
This may have been the last time I will ever see him.
He was
I'm sorry.
saying something about holding the line at all costs.
He fought here. The nameless Yaksha from the legends. It was him.
It's good confirmation, because he wasn't sure.
Didn't you say he'd always announce his name?
Yeah.
How could his name be lost to time? What happened?
I don't know. Maybe he forgot who he was.
If he was losing
Perhaps
his mind,
the
that
karma you spoke
is
of
possible.
drove
Yeah.
him to madness?
Bosacious had already gone mad before he disappeared. There was no way of knowing if his memories were intact.
He still took part in the Battle of the Chasm despite having gone mad?
Shows that he was true to his
We
duties.
Yakshas are not a race that thrive in peacetime.
Oh,
It's likely
well,
that he was drawn by the scent of bloody war.
there goes the optimism.
Slaughter is what we do best. Maybe it's the only thing we know. This battle confirmed my suspicions. As we had speculated, this space reflects information from people's minds. In other words, despite going mad, Bosacious came here. The illusion we saw
But he
just
seemed
now is the
valiant in
impression
battle.
he left behind.
Not like just a mad berserker or anything
This
like
space
that.
recreated him as he was during the battle. The way he fought was so self-destructive.
Like your ult, where you
Couldn't
slowly
possibly have
die.
survived.
What the monsters?
Bosacious's illusion said he'd discovered the monster's weakness and lured them underground. What kind of place could this be? Defeating Conria's monsters is no small feat.
Are they
that's for
susceptible
sure.
to time
Guys,
in some way?
it could just be me, but I think I'm suddenly feeling more tired than I was.
Oh no.
This space is really starting to affect us.
I believe Bosacious stayed here underground. But now he is gone. and only his illusion remains. If we don't leave, we may meet the same fate.
Let's
Time
get out of
to
here.
Move on.
Not wise to
You
stay.
fought well, Bosacius. Goodbye.
I'm glad you at least got closure, Joe. Must have been hard for all this time. To have some sort of knowledge about what actually happened, even if it wasn't a kind one, is sometimes what you need. Did we not exit the space? And was I supposed to change the compass? Maybe I was supposed to change the compass. I don't know which one. Oh, it's going by itself all the way to... Well, that skipped one and went back to number 2, so maybe this is where we're supposed to go. I'll figure it out eventually, it just might take a little bit longer than it's supposed to. Is this it? No. Okay. Let's go back to number 1, maybe? So we do need to get back to the others. So I was a little bit concerned about just running this domain without him, but at least Yanfei cast like a protective spell. Where are we? Did I mess things up? Oh boy. Maybe I was supposed to just go back into the red zone?
Take it easy.
Well, it's like automatically changing on its own. I'm just gonna run into it a couple more times. And then if it doesn't fix itself, I'll try and go back to where it was and then just maybe go into the red zone again. Nice thing about Yelan Z versus a lot of other like dashing effects like Mona's or Ayaka's is you don't get stuck on the world's smallest rocks. Yeah, this is just taking us back and forth. Let's try and get to a point where we can go back to the red zone then. And try and figure that out then. Because I'm really not sure where I'm supposed to be going. Does this give me the option? This appears to be going. Okay. That lets me go forward. Wait, did it always skip that third symbol in the upper right? Is this it? Oh, we're about to find out. Okay. Oh, I was about to say. And we got stuck on a bit of a hill. It is still a run. Let's see. Oh. That tells me we might be going in the right way. Is there something? Thought I saw something shiny up there. Alright, well. That at least tells me something's changing. Which makes me feel like I'm not going in circles so much. Okay, that appears to take us the same way. Is it possible to rotate the needle forward anymore? No. I am so... You're literally a compass. You'd think the compass would show me the way to go. I'm just lost. To be fair, don't you usually use a compass with a map to figure it out? I know Yanfei said there was also potentially another compass around here. I don't see it though. Oh. Is there a... Okay, is there a way to open the gate in the past? That's probably what I was supposed to be looking for. To be fair, Yanfei did say that outright, and I just didn't think about it. Let's go back then, since it seems to be auto-pushing us back to this one. If there's some kind of switch or something to get us into that gate so that we can then use that compass. I would think it'd be right next to it. Was that there in the... Was that there in the past? Wow, that took me, again, a lot longer than it probably should have. And I really struggle. I don't even know if you can technically say this is thinking outside the box, but maybe just me not paying attention to what I was supposed to be paying attention to. Okay. Stop that. Alright. Is there any way to get to a new symbol this way? Ito's touched the ground. Well, I can see very clearly that there's 2 symbols at the bottom. I would assume that's what we should be working towards. So let's see if this does anything different. Didn't appear to do so. Okay, how far back can this go then? Because are these not the same symbols that we were at before? The first and the second at the top. Oh. Yeah, I think that was it then. Because we definitely have not had the hand pointing at this symbol before. That's neat. Yeah, Yanfei literally did tell us that. I just, Alright, does this take us back to the start? Because again, we need to get back to this. Finally, jeez.
Looks like there's some information here. Shall we take a look?
Sure.
Okay, let's see.
Oh. We have no idea how long it's been since we came out with our comrades on patrol, but according to the information we garnered, the beasts have completely lost all mobility. Indeed, most of them have disappeared. We are victorious, and what a grand victory it is, save that we can never again return home. Fair enough. Hulan's daughter will return to you this year, and King Ming's grandmother is getting long in the tooth. The 2 of them miss their family sorely, though I myself have no relations. No one does not wish to return home, but for those of us who are here, we are the only kin we have now. This place is very mysterious indeed. I do not know if it was because we miss home or because this place was always like this. But when we're on patrol here, we can see the sights that we could only see back home. I used to hear the old folks say that Liyue has had hundreds of years of history when it comes to mining in the mountains, but this doesn't look like any mine. Perhaps this might all be my imagination. What's with missing my childhood back home in the mining settlement? I wish I could go back there. That doesn't tell me anything?
It looks like these were
Some person's
letters from the
anecdote,
Lilith
yeah.
soldiers who stayed here.
Some person's anecdote about being stayed
Who's
here.
this Boyang they mentioned?
Boyong?
Boyang was one of my ancestors.
The one who didn't make it back.
The one who didn't make it back.
These are records from a long time ago.
You mean
Interesting.
Boyang fought alongside Bosacius?
I believe so.
And the Millilith soldiers were their brothers in arms.
I guess now we have a pretty good idea of where everyone that went missing ended up.
Yes.
So scary. What happened?
Come on, let's not stay here. I have a gut feeling that sooner or later we'll connect all the dots. And then, we'll finally know the truth. Still, who knows how this space is planning on revealing the answer to us.
It is very interesting. It's a very cool mechanic, though. Oh, Door of Resurrection is active. Surely this means... Yep, okay. We can go to the final symbol. That's got to be enough. I am getting kind of worried about the ones we left behind. Because if Ito woke up and realized that we all went into the domain, Ito's about to charge into the domain.
There's nothing here at all.
It's actually...
creepy space.
Oh, I was gonna say kind of pretty, but...
It
Fair
has
enough.
the feel of the abyss. But where are the opponents?
Something in the mist. I think this is my memory.
Your memory of what?
That's the power of the abyss.
The
Interesting.
abyss? So, this place is created purely based on your memory?
I'm sorry, Lumine. Oh, I'm not even moving, it's just going. Purpose of my journey is to find you. I keep going and imagine a better
It's
future
getting
tomorrow with you.
darker.
I have to get everyone. I'll find a way to survive these, then find the lost treasure. What lost treasure?
It's
Don't get sidetracked, Lumine. It's
Either
exactly.
right.
Oh. Oh, another voice line from the Traveler. You don't get many of those. Feel like this is pulling us towards something maybe we don't want. Oh, never mind. He is letting us do this. Nice. Never mind then. I take it back.
What's that shiny round thing on the ground?
I think it's what Yanfei was looking for.
Fantastic compass.
In the other spaces, the fantastic compass was always partially buried in the ground. But this one is lying flat, intact, as if somebody left it here.
Has Ether been here before?
Oh, he was just a figment of your imagination?
Maybe.
So, he appeared as an illusion because you miss him so much, huh?
I can sense that he is not here. But at least we found this. That is true. Oh.
Yenfei, are you sure this is the fantastic compass you're looking for?
I think so. There were no pictures in the will, but based on the description, it seems to check out. Yelan? What is it?
I really hope that when we do meet up with our
From
twin,
the design and
if the
build,
travelers do move to other
this
worlds, they don't have to leave
fantastic
Paimon
compass
behind.
is extremely similar to the
If no one
catalysts
else,
used
I
in
think
Clan.
Paimon would really
Just
struggle with
need
that.
to do this, and someone's used this before. There may be a hidden message inside. Let's get out of here
Ooh.
and find somewhere safer.
Oh, nice. Free precious
Here we'll
chest.
be fine. Take a moment to catch your breath while I try to unlock the fantastic compass.
Okay. I guess maybe we could have tried to die. Just saw Zhao in the background there, but yeah, this seemed like the way to go.
Well, well. This is not what I was expecting.
What were you expecting?
Seems like you've made a new discovery.
Note 1. My name is Boyang. Here I leave the record of all I know for future generations to see and learn from my experiences. Note 2. My comrades and myself were ordered by the Qi Xing to take the fantastic compass to the chasm and assist our Millith champions. But the beasts in this place were incredibly terrifying, and our forces suffered terrible losses. If not for the aid of the Yaksha, I feel that my brother and I might have been slain right there and then. Note 3. The Yakshas had 4 hands and behaves in a maddened fashion. That lines up. Even being unable to remember his own name. When in a crazed state, he refers to others around him as Attalus and Menogius. I wonder if those are other Yaksha. He has master over the thunder, and his form is awe-inspiring, so he was an Electro Yaksha. One that is destined to be remembered throughout history. We followed him into battle against the wicked beast for 10 odd days, finally breaking out. Note 4. A snake has its weakness 7 inches below the head, and these monsters naturally have their weakness as well. Having discovered this, Yaksha has decided on a battle plan to target that weakness. In our previous battle, the surface of the chasm was damaged, revealing a great and enigmatic underground palace in the bowels of the earth. We observed that the monsters would grow weak when approaching this domain, and so we guessed that there is some power that greatly suppresses those beasts of Conria. Note 5. We have suffered too many losses. We must end this quickly. Rong Zhao and I agreed that I would take the fantastic compass and lead a group of Millilith to follow the Yaksha down into the underground palace. That might be where they'd never return from. We will lure the beasts away and herd them into the depths of the palace. The seal must be complete by myself and the Yaksha within that place, with Rong Zhao aiding us from the outside. That way we can ensure that the seal will hold. If this works, the chasm front will be secured. However, this means that I, the Yaksha, and the Millilith with us will be left behind within the underground palace. Yet, the benefits are too great. We have to try this out. So they sacrifice themselves. Note 6. The warriors have observed day and night, and have confirmed that the beasts are heavily limited once they enter the underground palace, almost as if some power is eating away at them. Some of our wounded have sacrificed themselves, and others have split off from the main party in their confusion, never to return. Will the monsters really be vanquished in this way? Note 7. The unmatched strangeness of the underground palace is something I fear only I and the Yaksha still live to witness. I do not know how much time has passed. The Yaksha is gravely wounded and maddened. I fear he will not live long. As for me, though I remain clear-headed, I can feel Fey mood setting in. I do not know how long I have been here. The Yaksha urges me to depart, forgetting that staying here was the fate we chose. Note 8. The underground palace is almost like a living being. When a breach first appeared in the ground, we leapt down below and gave battle. But even then I noticed that the breach was quietly closing. I'm not sure if that was the only tactic we could have chosen. Maybe it's similar to the very first entrance we hopped in where the path above closed up. And even when we attack the rifts, the rent-only open spaces slowly regenerate. Well, they only regenerate slowly sometimes, other times they can be swift. It's hard to say. Does this mean that when we damage the ground in the fighting, we damage the outer shell of the space? Have we accidentally entered the belly of some mighty leviathan, only to be slowly devoured by it? Note 9. I believe that this should be the end of those wicked beasts. We have outlasted them all. I've tried so many paths. There is no way out. The Yaksha has fallen. Only I remain. I see my family, my wife, my children. They approach me, and then they pass through. I must be going mad. How else could I be seeing my family, who are in lee of a harbor? I wish I could go home, but can I? Note 10. Rong Zhao, sometimes I curse the fact that it was not you who had to undergo this torture. But Rong Zhao, as your elder brother, I am glad that you survived. So tired. I can't think straight.
This information was left by a thaumaturge called Boyang, who, as you know, is the missing ancestor.
So he
that
slowly
I
was
came here
lost to the space.
investigate.
We do need to get out.
This information.
Yep.
It was left by your ancestor?
Hundreds of years ago, two of my ancestors, brothers, were gifted the fantastic compass by someone of great importance. They brought this device to the chasm and joined the war against the monsters of Conria. They set out together, but only one of them made it back. Minus his sanity.
Wait, was the older brother the one that got back, or was it the younger one that...
One possibility is that when they fought alongside Bosacius, they were tainted by his karma.
It's a good thing everyone here has a vision.
Visions,
Except
so
for
they
Paimon,
wouldn't
but she'll
have
be
been able
fine.
to resist its effects for
Unironically,
very
I
long.
don't think... I mean, she's
And
clearly
reading
not
through
from this world
it sounds
either,
like
so...
Liang ended up staying here for good too.
Well, this is just wonderful. So, that's it. There's no way out.
Hey, you know... Don't worry, Paimon. We'll figure something out.
Paimon's had enough of this place. Let me out!
Oh. Did she just accidentally figure something out?
What was that?
That is a big book.
I got it! I just had a thought. Give me a second. I just need to double check.
She had the book with her. Her face when she's...
Traveler, I just realized something. Okay, so on my way here, I was studying the will the whole time. But I didn't give any thought to the book that the will was inside of. I don't know it
Interesting.
verbatim, but I have read it before. The gist of the story goes like this. Millennia ago, an Adeptus made a magic device to seal away evil monsters. Later, he made good friends with a human and gave the device to him to use as a catalyst. A few
Like
years
catalyst
later,
is the
great
word,
demons
or
haunted the mountains.
the weapon?
The mortal and the Adeptus joined forces to exorcise them using the same device. And that's not all. The book also says this. When mortal and Adepti powers are combined, one can move the heavens and shake the earth. This contraption is proof that mortals and Adepti may coexist.
Well, it's a
that
good thing
there is
Zhao didn't
unity
just
between
sacrifice
heaven and
himself, eh?
humanity. I have both Adepti and human
Oh, that
lineage.
also works, yeah.
Maybe my power can work.
Well, how convenient that we happen to have a half human, half Adeptus
It worked.
here.
I mean, the effect only lasted an instant because I'm not strong enough. But still, we must be on the right track.
Yeah. It's a step in the right direction.
And look, something seems to have been activated.
So once the
inside
Yaksha was
fantastic
gone, that poor
compass.
human
By heavens,
didn't
Mother,
have...
the gods
Oh.
of the 5 regions, Yaksha and mortal together.
Okay,
take
no, so
this
yeah, maybe we did need Zhao.
contraption in hand.
That's their voices from when they made the seal. Bosacius and my ancestor. They sealed off this space at the top together.
I see. It makes sense now.
That huge crystal I saw on the bottom of the chasm. Do you remember when the crystal hit the ruins serpent? There seemed to be an opposing force. Was it that opposing force that delayed the awakening of the space that has now swallowed us, or did the impact? Oh, that was fast. Also, we haven't seen any abyss monsters in here. Could this all be connected? Maybe.
Everyone, let's go back and meet up with Ito and Shinobu. I have a suggestion to make.
Paimon can barely move anymore. Oh, why can't we get out of here? Paimon doesn't want to die. Paimon wants to stay with you.
Paimon, just hang in there, okay? Trust me, there's still hope.
Let's go.
I want to give Paimon a hug. It'll be okay. And it's like a child. She's like a child. You don't need to worry. We'll find a way out.
Take it easy.
What is this? Is this just showing me that the... Huh? Oh, that must have been for completing the realm. Is Ito awake yet? Hey, Shinobu.
Shinobu, Ito, we're back.
How's Ito
He must
doing?
be exhausted, because he still hasn't woken up yet.
That's
But
good.
he's not in any serious danger, so don't worry. What about you guys? You found something, didn't you? It's written on your faces. But whatever it is, it's bad news, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily bad news. We potentially found a way out.
We found the fantastic compass. The previous owner left a message inside, and from the looks of it, there really is no way out of this space after all. It seems like the previous owner was stuck here forever too.
I wouldn't mind being stuck here forever with you, Yelan.
This isn't over yet. Listen to me. Just now, I tried channeling my power into the fantastic compass, and it responded.
But all that did was activate the records from when the seal was created.
Right, but the issue wasn't with the compass. It was with the method. Remember what the book says? When mortal and adepti powers are combined.
Yeah,
one
we
can
haven't.
move the
But again,
heavens
that goes
and
back to
shake
like
the
if you
earth.
need an
Only when
Adeptus
a mortal
and a
Adeptus
mortal.
combine their powers can the fantastic
That
compass
poor
be
dude was
fully activated.
screwed when the
I'm a
Yaksha
mix
died.
of human
And
Adeptus. So the fact that
the
the
Yaksha-
fantastic compass responded to me shows that the system
Yeah, I
is
was
still
gonna say.
functional.
And the Yaksha was
For us,
going
we
mad
also
too, so
happen
that
to have
even if
a full
he'd
Adeptus
still been there,
and a
there's no
human with training in the magic
guarantee he would have been
arts.
able to help.
Interesting. So that's what was going through
Xiao
your
and
head.
Yelan.
So, an Adeptus and a human need to channel their power at the same time?
Yes, if my guess is correct, then when both of you put your full power into the fantastic compass, we should be able to completely reactivate it. Maybe even reverse it. Last time, it was used to seal the intersection between this place and the chasm. If we can reverse it,
Then we're home free.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So there's still hope?
Yes.
you bet.
Your idea seems reasonable.
Okay, well let's all take a quick break. We'll give this thing a try once we're ready.
Now that Yelan had technical like magic. And what qualifies as magic when we all have visions?
Oh boy. Paimon's so nervous.
Don't be afraid, Paimon. This is definitely going to
Yelan,
work.
Xiao,
We
how
have
are
plot
you?
armor. We'll be fine.
I'm all set.
I'm ready.
Oh, but Yenfei, there's one thing you might need to mentally prepare yourself for. I'm afraid you probably won't be able to take the fantastic compass out of here.
Oh.
From what I can tell,
Yeah, that might not be
everything
such a
within
good
this
idea,
domain
actually.
is the result of disordered space-time and memories. We all came here for different purposes, and everything that's happened here has been in response to our own imaginations and conjecture. Terrifying, but also a miracle. This space, well, it's more than just a space. Whether there's some kind of higher power at work here, I don't know, but the whole time, it's been reading our minds and responding to us in the form of illusions. Also, according to the history of the chasm, this place must have existed for a very long time. What could have created it? Oh, that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was there too.
I don't think it was the runic serpent.
Wait a second. It was you that shot that?
Just a thought, but I have a really hard time
Who else
believing it
did
was
you
that.
think it was?
The crystal checked. Oh, maybe, yeah.
That snake is probably a remnant of Conrion's civilization, and crystals are highly effective against it. Maybe there was some sort of opposing reaction between those two forces? If so,
You
I'm
don't gotta.
extremely sorry, everyone.
You don't gotta be sorry.
It looks like I
You
might
also
be the
saved
one
our life.
responsible for all of this.
So.
No. You're just trying to help us and solve the problem. You're definitely not to blame for what happened.
If you say so. You could almost
Well, if we
liken
get out,
this
no harm, no
bizarre
foul.
space to a living being that throws all kinds of hallucinations at us to deceive us. Everyone we've seen here, and all the paths we've walked, it all ceased to exist 500 years ago. Additionally, most of the things here are static. So if we really do manage to escape, then once time starts moving normally again, the fantastic compass will likely disappear.
That's actually what I think too.
If it's that or dying,
That's precisely
you
why
know.
it's such a miracle that we even found the fantastic compass to begin with.
This whole thing feels like we're breaking free from our shackles using a spear that by rights should not exist.
This is a
You are a
long
pole
shot,
arm user.
but it may be our last chance. So, whose wish was it that summoned this device?
That or Lumine's, but yeah.
Perhaps it was. But maybe there's another reason. Your incredibly strong commitment to your search. It's a shame that we couldn't find your family. But if they were here, I'm sure they'd want nothing more than to see you being rescued from this place.
It's hard to tell too because again, the other twin from who you chose is deeply connected to the Abyss. So
I gotta say, it does intrigue me, the way we all ended up here together.
Zhao did not end up here at first with us though. So
If this is fate, then let's grab it in our hands and turn it around.
okay. Well,
Leave
I
the
really do
hostage.
wonder if
We're
I'm really hoping after all the demand from the fans and stuff that maybe it's in her
Traveler,
character
take care of
quest that she meets
Paimon.
Shenhe.
Yenfei,
It would be really
ready to come
disappointing if we
closer
do
to
that
me
entire
when the
character
time
quest and she
comes.
doesn't meet her.
Sure.
Alrighty then.
Stars align, bestow your light. Evil purged by thunder's might. Spirit curbed, pneuma surge. By dictum divine, heed these words. Do as I command.
That's very pretty.
Aha! The fantastic compass is an amplifier. Maintain this energy level, and we may stand a chance.
I will maintain the energy flow.
Understood.
Everyone, stand back.
You can do it, Zhao. I believe in you.
I shall hold the line by sealing the surface.
As Yakshas, we must fight for this world. General Alatus, falling in!
Wait, General is falling. Was that him? Come on, Zhao, you can do it. Oh. Hey man, yeah, don't come over here. Oh.
Watch out!
Nice. Do we make it? Zhongli!
It may be dangerous. Yet
So
you
he does
must
know that he's
stop
alive.
it.
He does know that he's still
Guarded
alive.
this place
Good.
for several hundred
That
years,
makes me hope that Ganyu does
only
as
to
well.
seek the nameless Yaksha. Do I request your approval?
Nice. Ah, she's Everyone's fighting, but we still have a dull sword after all this time. Uh-oh. What is that? Nice. Come on, we can get out of there. We just gotta outrun it. Oh, that's pretty fast. That actually looks sick. That's so cool. Oh, there goes the compass. You can make it. We're so close. You can see the exit above. Come on.
You can't keep this up. Your strength won't last.
Can we help? Hey, don't sacrifice yourself. Hey, don't. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Did Zhongli save him? Zhongli? Oh, okay. Oh, thank God. I think that might have been Zhongli. Yeah! That's sick. So he did show up. It's glad to see that, you know, after retiring. I know he helps with the Wangshan funeral parlor, but he didn't just sit around. He actually did come help. Even without his gnosis, he is still a former god. You know, or a god. I'm glad that... Nice. That's so satisfying. I really had no idea, though, up until this point. I guess it is an Archon quest after all. It makes sense for an Archon to eventually show up. But I really did have no idea if Zhao and Ganyu and the other Adeptus knew if Zhongli was alive. Especially, like, Cloud Retainer was the one that really made me think that they did not. Like, that was the one that really, like, based on their reaction, I didn't think they knew. But Zhao clearly does. He asked for his permission to go pursue the nameless Yaksha. So, I'm glad that... Dude, that was sick when Zhongli showed up.
I thought you were gonna get left behind. I'm so glad you're okay. That was terrifying.
Yeah, that was close.
I know what you were thinking, but...
Oh.
Never mind. I know I can't talk you out of a mindset that's been built up over a lifetime.
And not a normal lifetime. He's been alive for a very long time.
I don't think we were ever going to reach an agreement over the final strategy. But in the end, it was thanks to you that we managed to escape. So, thank you for saving us all.
There we go. Don't need to be sassy about it.
I could not have done this on my strength alone.
Thanks to you too, Yelan. And Yanfei and Ito for busting open the whole thing that let us get there to begin with.
It looks like everyone got out unscathed.
And
but
Ito's
you
still
all look
unconscious.
pretty exhausted. Rest up. There's no hurry to move on from here. As for me, I'm gonna check the area for any unusual activity.
Goodbye.
She's gone. Paimon didn't even get to say thank you.
Maybe Yelan really doesn't believe she made a contribution. It seems like she's convinced Zhao saved us all, including her, and she doesn't know what to say to that. And since it's not easy to persuade Zhao of anything, maybe Yelan's just giving up trying to talk to him.
Fair enough.
Now she's criticizing you.
I'm not.
You speak only the truth. I have no quarrel with that. I will keep your words in mind.
It does seem like you got through to him,
Really?
though. And it is hard for
Well, that's
someone...
great.
The longer,
That is
you know...
quite an achievement.
You ever tried convincing, like, your grandparents of anything?
Situation we were faced with.
Someone who's been alive for as long as
It
Zhao
took
is
every single
not gonna
one of us,
listen.
or any of us, to
most of
make
the
it out
time.
alive. I feel lucky that we didn't lose anyone along the way.
Except for all the Millos that died. And the nameless Yaksha and everyone
Still
from the
hasn't
past,
woken
but...
up yet. Surely he's not gonna stay asleep forever.
He's about to wake up it now that you said it, isn't he?
Let's go check on him.
Yeah, we should. He looked after you, though. Even though you thought it was just Ushi, he did look after... Oh, yep.
I slept like a rock.
And he has
Good
no
times.
idea that we are out of there.
What you doing? What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that?
This voice actor's great.
Are you in any pain?
Really would think like the vertigo or something was rising through the sky in the middle of that void on that compass platform. Would have waken him up.
Is there any brain damage from the impact?
You need to tell us if you're not feeling well.
You weren't that bright to begin with.
Oh my
so add
gosh.
brain damage to the equation.
And back to provoking him.
The heck are you guys talking about? I'm fine. I had an epic power nap, and now I feel like a million more.
That's good.
Huh. I feel like I'm forgetting something, though. Oh, yeah!
It's not important.
Wait, weren't we underground? How did we get back up here?
It's a
Not
long
important.
story. We'll fill you in later. Ito, we're indebted to you, Shinobu, and Ushi. We couldn't have escaped this predicament without your help. I'm the reason you all got caught up in this. Please accept my apologies, and let me find some way to compensate you for the trouble.
Bah, crazy talk. You helped us first. Of course we're gonna return the favor. Hey, if it weren't for you, we'd still be in a Liyue jail cell right now.
Oh, how annoyed Shinobu looked.
That's not quite correct. You'd be in jail, not me.
Good point. Well, okay then. How about this? To
Yeah,
celebrate
should I
our
take you to
newfound friendships,
Zhongling's place,
how
or?
about you let me take you to Liyue Harbor for some sightseeing and a proper meal?
I like the sound of that. Now that you mention it, whew, I am famished. Oh, I can barely walk here.
I'm hungry too, Senpai. Why don't we head straight over?
Paimon too! Paimon wants to come too!
I guess we have other things to do. I don't think it hurt to send Paimon with them, though. I know Paimon's supposed to stay with us, but, you know. We do need to check up on Zhao, though. As he's just standing right
Alright,
there.
well, I promise I'll take good care of your friends from Inazuma. Take it easy, okay?
Hmm.
What we just went through was a lot.
Yep,
Oh,
have fun.
great. Yelan left already. I was gonna treat her to some tea. But I'll take this to mean we're square.
You make a good point, Ushi.
Oh, yeah? Is that right? Wow. Okay, I'll let him know. Traveler, Flying Lavender Melon, Ushi has a couple words he'd like you to pass on for him.
What?
Oh, I want to hear this.
Me too. Count me in.
Ushi said for
Good
him.
idea! Let's do that!
You gonna
Paimon
tell us what it
never
is?
would have guessed that Ushi was so gentle and thoughtful. Never judge a bull by its cover, huh?
Sometimes the profoundest truths can also be the simplest. I think Ushi's words may well come in handy.
You betcha! Just leave it to us!
Alright, Ito, Shinobu, Ushi, let's go.
Oh, yeah! Grub time!
See you next time.
Goodbye. Hi, Joe.
Finished taking care of business?
Yep.
Oh, there wasn't any business. We were just saying goodbye to our friends.
Well, that is technically business, Paimon, but yeah, sure.
You're still here.
Oh, hi,
I
Yelan.
saw the two Inazumans leave with Yenfei, heading towards Liyue Harbor. Aren't you going with them?
We still had some stuff we wanted to say to Xiao.
I figured as much. I've checked the area. Nothing strikes me as out of the ordinary. Looks like this chapter has come to a close.
Wonder if we'll have any
Now, I
more
just need
to do
take
in the
care of
chasm.
Confidentiality issues.
Oh my
Let's hope our
gosh,
friends
Yelan.
from overseas can keep their mouths shut, for their own sakes.
We got it! We got it! We'll make sure they don't say anything. Please don't hurt them.
Oh,
Oh.
you figured me out, huh? All right, I'll quit pulling your leg. Everyone really rose to the occasion this time. I won't ever forget what we went through. Where could that strange space have come from? And how has it existed down there undetected for so many years? I have to investigate this further. I have a feeling.
Do not go back down there. If you go back down there by yourself, you're not coming back. Alright, like.
That no one can be allowed to know. Also, I think someone helped us out at the last minute. They did a good deed, of course, but
It was your
somehow I don't know
Archon.
anything about them. It must have been someone of great importance.
Yeah. I wonder if Yelan knows anything about Zhongli. There's a lot of things that, like, Zhongli isn't exactly
Anyway,
discreet.
these questions we'll have to
Despite the
leave
whole,
for
like,
another
I
time.
only come down and
I
talk
have
to
some
people once a
follow-up
year
work
from
to
my
do and
country.
reports to
He's
make.
not exactly
So
discreet.
it's back to Liyue Harbor for me. See you when I see you.
Bye, Yelan.
Bye.
You knew I was waiting for you?
Yeah, it was
Really?
pretty obvious. Imagine if we just left with them.
There's somewhere I want to go. If you have the time, you can join me.
Where is
Sure.
A place that has to do with the Yakshas.
Well, we've been to the hut where we met the other one, didn't we, way back when? Here goes the place y'all mentioned. Is it actually the hut? Tunnels on light? Maybe not. Alright, let's hear. Is this that hut? I can't remember. Remember from
The
Zhao's
temple
character,
up
what's the
ahead
dude that was
built to
pretending to be
remember
a
Pervases.
Depths?
Maybe I came here
It
because
was,
I
yeah,
had a
okay.
realization.
It was Pervases, I couldn't remember his
Back
name.
when we were underground?
It's hard to
Realize.
put into words. Seeing Bosacius gave me the false impression that I'd traveled back into the past.
That was kind
You
of
could
the
dress
point.
up the Yaksha's life and call us valiant warriors, veterans of war.
You don't have to. I don't
But
think that's the case.
the truth is, we are slaughterers and nothing more.
You absorb that darkness that you call karma.
For Bosacius,
Protect people.
perhaps dying in the heat of a great battle was no tragedy.
There are many cultures that
Perhaps
have
the same
existed.
is true for me.
That's true. Okay.
After living so long, to die in the act of saving others would not have been a terrible thing.
There's a reason Zhongli came and saved you, Xiao.
So maybe these thoughts are my own form of insanity.
I think we just call that depression,
Say
dude.
that.
I struggle with that too, but Xiao, we've got something to tell you.
Ushi wanted us to tell you. It's very important.
I need a haircut. My hair's getting in my eyes and it's bothering me.
Ushi said he has the power to exorcise demons, so people use him to fend them off. But after he met Ito, he's never left his side.
Yeah.
He also said that he doesn't have any grand philosophies. He just thinks we should spend our lives around the people who make us happiest.
That is true.
Maybe there aren't so many rules about how we should or shouldn't live our lives in this world after all. So, he hopes you can come to understand that even though the power of a yaksha may be harmful to other people, it doesn't mean you shouldn't hang out with them.
Yeah, you don't have to live a life of solitude, especially after all the service you have done to Liyue. And if no one else, you have Zhongli. Though I know that I can imagine that may be a little bit awkward because he's literally your god. But you have Zhongli. I'd imagine Hu Tao probably would be there. Everyone in Liyue Harbor, knows of you. And if no one else, you have the Adeptus too. Even if Ganyu didn't end up staying with the Adeptus and, like...
Yep, like people with visions. They
Yeah.
have more resistance against your power, right?
And you hang out at Wangshu Inn all the time?
Well, anyway, there's loads of people out there who really care about you.
Suddenly you sound a lot like Bosacius and the others.
Now that we've...
They used to talk about how they hoped to live a mortal's life once the world was at peace. I think I was the only one who didn't think that way. The Bosacius recorded in the Fantastic Compass had lost his sanity. He addressed the people
Yeah, that's what I
around
thought.
him as Alatus,
Real quick, so as a
Minotius,
pause.
and others. These are the names of the 5
So that means
Yakshas.
that Bosacius, Alatus, Minogius, Pervasis, and Zhao's was... Ow! Was it something else? I don't remember, maybe. But, that's interesting. I know I've seen, like, art. I don't know if it was, like, official art of, like, the different Yakshas of different colors. I had wondered, though, if there were 5 Yakshas, there's generally considered to be 7 elements. We know Zhao was Anemo. We now know that was it Bosacius? The one that had 4 arms that everyone talked about. That should have been Bosacius, I think. Was purple, therefore probably Electro. So I wonder, what were the 2 elements that were missing? Maybe one was Geo, because they live in the land of Geo, and their god was of Geo. But would they be missing Cryo? Hydro? Cryo or Hydro would be my first guess. Just interesting. I'd have to go back and see that picture. The color would probably...
Alatus, and Minotius is General Capisis. The
Figure that
others
out.
are Bonanis, or General Chisapis,
Bonanis,
and Darius, or
and
General
Darius.
Musatis.
The 5 of us.
I heard that people call
Wait,
the
was-
5 of us Yakshas, the guardian of
Pervasis
Depths.
not one of them? I'm confused.
Bosacius and Yelan's ancestors stayed underground to the end. So that space must have read their minds in their last moments as they approached death.
That's depressing. But at least their wills are passed on.
Yelan was right in everything she said. Both of our proposals had their drawbacks, and both were sensible suggestions. But the power of that space was far beyond all of us. I couldn't have done all I did without everyone's help. Even in the final
Really does make me
moments.
wonder, what would have happened if Zhongli would have come and helped?
Free from that place.
Well,
He yanked Xiao out of there like it was
you were
nothing.
amazing.
Was he trying to just let us have a journey?
Yanfei and Yelan are correct.
Could you have just come out here
I
and
always
helped us?
prepare for the worst case scenario. This mindset is deeply rooted in me. Even so, It was the most optimistic solution I could think of.
At least he's trying to think optimistically.
If Rex Lapis hadn't saved me in that moment,
That was young.
I don't think I would have been able to escape. In the end, I still had to bring
I don't
in
know if
another.
I'd say that's a burden. I mean, him being him
How it should be, right?
and kind of ditching
You've known
a lot of
Zhongli,
things.
Rex Lapis
Yeah,
for
I was
such a
supporting
long
each other.
time. And you've helped him before, so he helped you back. What's the big deal?
I say, I feel like in the long scheme of things, Zhongli's actions have been more of a trouble to you than the other way around, but perhaps I'm wrong.
Perhaps. In the moment that we escaped from that space, I could sense what was left of Bosacius's memory. If I had to say what I gained from this trip, I think that would be it. It's good that one more person will remember him.
Yeah. That's what people live on through. I know it sounds tacky, but... Oh.
Minogius, where have you been?
Brother Yaksha, you're confused again. I've told you countless times, I am Boyoung, a thaumaturge who fought with you in the chasm.
Boyoung? Boyoung?
Did he at least
You
recognize
are
him?
Boyoung, but who am I?
Believe me, I want to know as much as you do. Here we are, the two who agreed to stay here together, and I can't even call you by your name.
That is really sad. But at least they had a companion.
Stay here. No. No, you have to leave.
Nonsense, Brother Yaksha. We're down here for good now. Don't you remember? It's too late to have regrets. The seal can't be broken.
The
I'm sorry.
Ah, yes. I'm a Yaksha who came here to fight.
Do you remember his name at the end?
Brother, are you okay?
Look at the state of me. I don't think I've got long now.
Oh.
We're the only two left. Don't go dying on me. You know, today I saw my family down here. Clear as day. What do you think? Am I losing my mind now too?
Boyoung, do you want to go home?
I made my decision to leave Zhongzhou up on the surface. I obviously... Of course I want to go home.
I must have.
You do.
family
You did.
too.
You mean brothers and sisters? I'm sure you do.
Brothers and sisters. Yes, but who am I? And where is my family?
Brother,
Was that his last
what's
moments?
wrong? Hang in there.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's just you and me. Don't die before me.
Oh, okay.
Atlantis, is that you?
Alatus was Zhao's, right?
Your memory's going again.
I'm sorry. You all have to see me in this state.
Brother!
Look, there's someone over there.
Who are they?
They're my
Emily. This is a pyro one. Animal.
Remember now. I know you.
Pyro, animal, electro. Hydro. Is that John Lee? Oh my gosh!
Brothers and sisters have come for me. Boyoung.
So there was a pyro, a hydro, animal, electro.
At least...
Was that last one John Lee or was that you?
At least tell me your name.
Brother Bosacius.
Hey, Bosacius.
Okay, so there was a Geo one.
Bosacius.
There was no cryo or...
I am Bosacius.
There was no cryo
My
or dendro.
destiny is to make the ultimate sacrifice.
I'm glad he remembered at the end.
I've said so much today, but I don't need to hold back as much when I talk to you. Have you ever had a moment where you felt like you were aware of your destiny? The potential of life? The approach of death? Whatever it might have been. By now, I have accepted that destiny is the one disaster that the Yaksha know most keenly of all. We are destined to misery. And yet, we have no fear.
You can't live your life in fear.
How?
It matters not. Rex Lapis had said that you are a witness. It is right that the events of the world
If no one
are
else,
relayed to you.
Lumine and Aether will be moving on from this
Bonanis,
world eventually.
Menogias, and Indarius all perished, and only Bosatius' fate was unknown. This has always stung my heart like a thorn. That is why I went to the chasm, despite being fully aware of the danger. Now that I know what happened in the chasm back then, I can finally put this
Cryon
matter to
Dendro
rest.
didn't exist as the
Before we
Yaksha's.
left that place, I picked up a
This is
stone.
very clearly Pyro Hydro.
I thought if I could take it out with
There's
me,
green, but that was
I
obviously
would place
Zhao,
it in the temple to
Anemo,
Pervases in memory of Bosatius.
Geo, and Electro.
Unfortunately, the stone did not survive.
Hmm.
Pervases died in the Archon War thousands of years ago. He was younger than
Okay,
us.
so Pervases wasn't actually one of the 5
Bosatius
Guardian
was
Yaksha.
very sad when he passed. Too many Yakshas have become casualties of battle. We are like a flock of birds, scattered to the 4 corners of the world. And in the end, as Bonanis said, it's rare for a Yaksha to find repose for their soul. Bosatius, Boyang, and all those soldiers.
They're the ones that held back this attack. If not for them, that attack could have been so much more catastrophic for Liyue. I know that the title of hero. Okay, good. I was gonna say maybe it doesn't do a whole lot for them in death, but
Free of disaster.
there is.
But there is good in the world too.
There is good.
Even the darkest hearts have room for those they cherish. I accept your advice. From this day on, heroes will always look out for each other.
So let us look after you. Apparently I have one of those over there. Good. That was a really good quest. That was really good. Oh, what just happened? Oh, okay. I'll do that in a sec. Oh, there. It was behind the fan. Okay, that's a world quest. I should be able to do this now, yes? Perfect. I really hope that she meets Shenhe. I think that'd be awesome. But yeah, that was something else. I had been genuinely curious as to what elements didn't exist within the Yakshas. I think Dendro of all things does make sense. Cryo does seem like a power I could imagine a Yaksha having, but it's interesting. And I was really glad to see it. I was surprised because, for example, one thing that I think has, well, maybe, based on the fact that it's like, a game that's meant to be marketable, I think a lot of people have been genuinely surprised that the first 2 Archons we were introduced to were men, but then it's basically been confirmed that the other 5, 5 of the 7 are female. Because we know that, obviously, we have A, but we always knew the Saritsa was female. We knew that Lesser Lord Kusanali was supposed to be a female. And I have been told the Hydro and Pyro Archons are female, which, interestingly enough, the Pyro and Hydro Yaksha were also female there too. But I was genuinely curious as to whether or not female Yaksha existed, and 2 of the 5 here were. Very interesting characters. I think the Hydra one was the one that was a little bit shorter, looked very innocent, whereas we had a typical hot-headed Pyro Yaksha, but it is really a tragedy what happened to him, for sure. Definitely a little bit, a lot to take in, given all that they sacrificed, and knowing that eventually they have to give in to madness. But let's go ahead and do this. Oh, another one unlocks. That's interesting. I might do that off stream just because it's probably another challenge. But let's just go ahead and do this real quick. We found out last time that, and it looks like we can teleport straight there. We just have to do, I'm not going to do the highest difficulty because you only get a little bit. And again, I'm by no means like, I have to 100% everything, But we're obviously going to go for the Primos. So let's go ahead and do the, here it is, the Stern difficulty, because that takes care of the standard as well. Looks like a bunch of these. I need to know what decides which characters are left behind in this one if it tells us. They'll just enter recuperation mode for 1 round. Okay. So you basically just have the full team. Not what I meant to do. Well, I'm going to stumble in with my normal team, which is Raiden Eula. We'll go Yelan, and then we'll bring her Jean, because that gives extra HP to Yelan for having different element. Recovering HP after entering combat. Non-active. Okay, well, free energy recharge doesn't hurt. Normal attacks, that's good. When recovering HP, I love it. Let's just do that. This, on Stern difficulty, this really isn't difficult at all. On the highest difficulty, I think would be a bit of a slog, but I'm sure I could do it with my current level play. When did current party might have to recuperate for 1 round. So basically, you just have to have 2 parties then, because I can use the same party for the last time. Oh. Did I not hold E there? Oops. Ooh, another one, okay. Oh, I didn't switch to... Oh. I meant to switch to Raiden Shogun, but Yule already has ult again. So we'll just do Yule. Oh, that didn't hit the boots. Oh, that's an interesting effect. The clock's changing. Do we run through? Would appear so. Yeah, no, that story's just giving me a lot to think about. Some of the Archon quests definitely do leave you thinking. Some of them are a little bit more, I don't know, wholesome. But some of them really, you just sit there and think, like, the history of this world is not... It's not necessarily a kind one. Sad as that is to say. The Yaksha obviously have suffered a lot, and that's why... All jokes aside, I have felt really bad for Xiao. But... I can't imagine being the last to survive. Same with Bosatius, his name was. I can't imagine being the last one left over from such an event. You know, I don't know if it's messed up to say, but if I was in a position where I was battling alongside a friend, if I was left behind like that to, you know, effectively hold back the forces, I should have, Yelan, oops. I would absolutely not want to be the last one there. That would be very difficult. Maybe that's selfish to say, but I don't know. I just think that would be very difficult. I'm glad that the other Yaksha at the very least found peace in the end. I was very glad to see that. So, interesting though. It's hard to tell. Alright, what do we want to use for a second? I mean, we could do a Zhao team. I have no idea what a good Zhao team. Let's do, I mean, Zhao and Kazuha, hey. Zhao, Kazuha. Probably bring along a healer. Maybe bring someone who's good for... I don't know even who's good for Swirl. I don't think... Maybe I should have saved Yelan. Well, these two are... Well, Zhao's very much a main DPS. So maybe we'll bring along his god. And, Kokomi. Let's see, the CD for switching characters is extended, but they gain a bunch of bonuses. All independent... Ooh! The crit damage, but yeah, the crit damage one... I have no idea what the base crit stats are in those characters. But my Zhongli has no crit rate. Kokomi, you know, isn't gonna crit, but... Electrocharge damage, we don't have electric. 3 more different types of weapons. We do have 3 more different types of weapon, right? Polearm. Yeah, we have polearm sword, polearm catalyst, so we're good. Looks like the enemies are Hydro and... some of the gunners. We should be fine. But, I have no idea how to use Kazuha, and I have a very, very rough idea of how to use Zhao. You know, aside from the obvious.
Stabilize. I will have order.
Although now that I think about it, maybe I should put... Yeah, I was gonna say, because, Zhao is a pretty sick character, for sure. I know I've said in the past I'm not really interested in getting him, and truth be told, I'm not. He uses deathmatch, that's interesting. But... I think the character design of practically every character is very unique. Did that just go through my shield? Why did I... Still take damage. What? What? I think Zhongli shield wore off. I just didn't expect it to... Oops. But that's just me being dumb. That's awkward. I didn't expect to take that much damage though that fast. So I'll do that. I was just trying to give Kazuo ult before I, oh, I can't dodge that. Why did that go through... Why did that go through John Gucci? I just genuinely wasn't expecting that. Ow. Oh, sorry, Kazuha. Turns out I'm dumb.
There you are. Evil conquering.
Okay, don't die before I... Ooh. Okay. That he drain HP for the cost. Oh, we got it done, but I definitely killed Kazuha. Oops. That's awkward. Okay. Pyro Edge is fine, so maybe I should bring... Maybe I should bring Kutao. Stratagem shards. Do I even have stratagem shards? What is it? That's the Cryo Edge is fine though, right? Honestly, I mean, I could, you know, not bring... I'm just gonna do the same team. It's not ideal, but I can't imagine the Cryo Edge is fine. It's a huge issue. Do assurance when the palette punching attack. I'm not doing that. Electron hydro damage, but yeah. An electro charge hydro rises. Okay, that's interesting. Combining electro and hydro res shred. The downside though is genuinely this. So Zhao got his original rerun, then he wasn't rerun for a long time. Then he got his rerun during, I don't remember what patch. I think it was like 2.2 or 2.3, and now he's getting another one in 2.7. So if I don't go for him now, I'm not getting him for a long time, regardless if I ever change my mind, which is, you know, unfortunate. I'd love to have every character. You know, I'm not missing too many. I'm missing like Zhao, Kazuha, Ito, Ayato, Klee, Albedo, and Yoimiya, I think, of the 5 stars. And I'm not playing Durrell and Haijo, but again, my top priority in terms of like characters is I would really like to get Kazuha and Yoimiya. So maybe one day we'll get Zhao. One day, I mean, I'd love to have just even C0. I'd rather have C0 of every character than like C6 of a few. You know, maybe that's just me. But I don't think Zhao will be coming back for quite some time. And the story is moving away from Liyue. We're apparently going to the Dendro, you know, area. But no, I think the character's neat. It's just, again, not really my playstyle. I don't mind the whole character drain, health drain. I am, you know, I do have Hu Tao as my main second team, but I hate these ice shields so much. See if I can hit him behind the shield. Nice. That worked out well. But at the moment I have a little over 100 wishes, so I'd be able to go to pity. And I have lost my last two 50-50s, so in theory, you would think I'd win this one. Though my record is 4 losses in a row. But again, I would like to get Kuki Shinobu, and I'm not sure how hard that will be. And I would like to get, again, I have no idea if Yoimiya is coming back in 2.8, but I am 100% certain that Kazuha is. And I think that Kazuha is probably a higher priority as far as animal characters go over Xiao. So, I'm not going to worry about it, but I don't know, it's just, I struggle very much, like, it's the same reason I have Tartaglia at all. I wasn't intending to get Tartaglia, but I wasn't super sad at the time when I got him, because I played Tartaglia's character quest right at about the time one of the banner reruns came out, and it really kind of just hit me, because Tartaglia for a long time, I was not a huge fan of Tartaglia, because he almost killed everyone in Liyue, and he was kind of a douche, but... Oh, this is only level 75, right? Just fine. But hearing that he does still try to be a good influence to his younger siblings, you know, the speech he gave about, like, if you make a mistake, you apologize. And if you give someone a dream, you give everything to make sure that they keep it. You know, stuff like that. It speaks to me, and Zhao being the last standing of the Yakshas is tragic. It absolutely is. I wish we could have met the other Yakshas, though, before. I wonder if we'll ever get the chance. I'd have to imagine maybe they will, even if just in another flashback even. But, there's no telling, you know, what they'll decide to do. Because for the most part, you know, you could argue that some of their story's been wrapped up. We already knew, you know, we had conclusive knowledge of what happened to the other Yakshas. You know, they're gone. And you know, of course, we could witness how they went mad, but I don't know if that's necessarily necessary. And again, we do know what happened to them, so it is interesting though to see all of that kind of be visualized. So I thought that was a very neat Archon quest. They do such a good job with the quest, honestly. I really enjoyed it. Tales by the fan. What is this? A folding fan that Iron Tongue Tian gave to you. According to this legend, Red Slab is carved H-Daha out of a rock. Oh yeah. Yeah, well let's go do this. Maybe this is the quest where we say goodbye to them, because we did say bye, but they, you know, Shinobu is still going to pick up her degree, and they still have to leave to Inazuma, so I wonder if we're gonna get the chance to see him off beyond just kind of saying bye. But I do think it was very important that we stayed back and concluded things with Xiao. And again, the Traveler is meant to be the witness to all of these things. They're the ones who will be moving from world to world. That's how maybe Tavat will be known one day. Oh,
Traveler, Paimon. It's been
Secretary
a
of the
long
U5 Pavilion.
time.
Hi.
Oh, hey, Horshin. Long time
This is actually
no
voice
see.
acted.
Fancy meeting you here. How's work these days?
Thanks to the help of people like you and colleagues like Ganyu, better all the time.
I'm glad that, again,
But
it wasn't
I've been
100% guaranteed, but I'm
distracted at work lately.
interesting. I'm glad that they know that Zhongli was alive, because again, they really did make it seem like, at the very least, like Cloud Retainer didn't know. Maybe she found out later, but I just remember her immediately getting so angry when we reported that apparently he'd been assassinated and everything. Maybe that was just acting too. That's, I suppose, always a chance, but I'm glad that especially Zhao and Ganyu probably know.
But my father, he's thinking of stepping down from the Tianshu position due to health issues.
What's wrong with Uncle Tian?
Nothing specifically. He's not unwell. He says he's just increasingly
Isn't
low
Uncle
on
Tian
energy
pretty
these
elderly?
days.
Am I thinking
He's
of the wrong
always
person?
said, old age comes for
Yeah.
us all in the end. Still, I just can't help but feel a little emotional
That's
watching
natural.
what happened to him.
Somewhat important to you.
Anyway, my father's currently on the second floor of Yangsheng Tea House. Why don't you come pay him a visit with me? He seems
Yeah,
very
sure.
fond of you too. I'm sure chatting with you will make him very happy.
Sure, let's go.
Yeah. Let's do this quest and then maybe Umbrilicus Orcus. Oh wait, was this Yelan's? Oh, that was Yelan's. Okay, before we do that, I was actually gonna go do this quest real quick, just because it's a bit of a side quest. Look for the objective in this area. Are we? Oh. Oh! Hey, Zhongli. Oh, it's you two. We came to ask if this is voice acted. Do you mind waiting for a moment? Currently in the middle. Yeah, we did kind of. Yeah, he's very clearly having a conversation. He doesn't look very happy. Paimon, that's not. You shouldn't ask that. That's not polite. Good speed. They often come here to look for you. Yeah. They're old acquaintances of mine. Yeah, we're your friends. You two are also good with archaic stone. I'm actually gonna pause this since it's not voice acted. What'd you want one of those for? You know, highly sought after now. It's not even a matter of price. There's barely any supply. You only drop by as usual. Someone talk my through as my dragon when fighting. Yeah. Oh, you mean that story? It's a good one, yeah. He doesn't actually look that old, for being honest. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Turns out he's also. He's well versed in everything. Again, I don't know how some people haven't figured something out. Like, he's very clearly, even some of the smartest people, historians, stuff like that, he knows everything about everything. It's very clear that he's not just a normal person. You don't need a lot, but come to think of it, the act of chatting. Yeah. Chatting with the wrong people can be very off-putting. They fought was it to four corners and that's just amazing. Well, we have met Ajdaha. Told him about the servant of Kinchi village. He didn't buy the story at all. Seems. Beautiful landscape. Yeah. Stifle imagination. He just I don't think he doesn't appreciate his artistic creation. He just actually knows what happened. And people really like to romanticize things that happened in the past. That's the basis of storytelling. Short mind, I'm sure. Certainly understand. Heartfelt from a devoted audience member, yeah. I don't think you quite get it, but that's, you know, be optimistic. Told you again the other day. I mean, if a story's good enough, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, stories are meant to be told multiple times. Can't imagine he just comes up with something new. It's the same thing as songs. You listen to the same song over and over. It's not like you will magically come up with a new song. It takes a lot of work. Even some of my compositions, you know. I have a really hard time getting things translated through electronic mediums. Still need to learn a lot of that. I have friends who are more adept at that. But, you know, it takes time. You can find them somewhere along a winding tunnel. Yeah, you could probably see that. Do not go. Zhongli has absolutely been there. Into winding over. You still probably shouldn't go to the chasm. It absolutely was. Don't you, we might never know. I don't think Ajdaha fought. Did they fight them there? Okay, he's gonna give him the stone. If I sold them, sealed Ajdaha. According to experts, there are many caves. Ajdaha really was. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it was technically sealed right there, but yeah, he sealed a little bit northwards of that, actually, northeast or something. To be fair, I don't know if a fan is. Oh, apparently it's a rare fan. I have more than one such fan. Okay. Just two folding fingers in here. Maybe we keep this nice. So I don't know if I take the... Glad that he actually appreciates it too. Can imagine Zhongli being a god for so long, even retired, could be a little bit jaded, but instead he's very humble. Though he very much does point out the truth. That's always been his deal though. I mean, even in his story quest, the first one, he just straight up cuts to the point, tells the girl who's believing so much in the god of salt. The god of salt was a cowardly god. You know? You need to know the truth. Yeah, thank you. They wouldn't have been able to escape without your help. What do you mean, oh, did he say so? He was dying. He's learned that. Yeah, that's good. Oh my gosh. I was at the chasm? How curious. Why would I play dumb this? Oh my gosh. I'm not on vacation. You're on a permanent vacation. I just take my time and walk around. I'd say that anything around you is happenstance, for which I shall take no credit. That's humble of you. You miss the past. Not at all. I'm mortal now. Being mortal. Wait, is he actually, like, completely mortal? Will he die after a certain amount of time? That makes me wonder, though, if without, maybe it's because of the loss of his gnosis, or maybe he's no longer quote-unquote an Archon, but if he does potentially die of old age now, like a normal mortal, maybe whoever becomes the Archon does become ageless. Most inspiring indeed. You're about to go to other places and harass other people, aren't you? I must travel more in the future. This man's about to go to, like, Inazuma and cause an issue with the Shogun. Looks like I have Inazuma dailies. Oh boy. I can only imagine how well that's gonna go. I remember, what is it A says? I know A says that Venti can drink a lot. But what do they say about each other again? About... more action.
I had an opportunity to feast with him once, back when I was just a Kagemusha attending a gathering of the
Interesting.
gods. So he's made his choice. Be that as it may, I don't believe his story is anywhere near finished yet.
Well, clearly it isn't. But, yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. And then, yeah, it goes
So
by
the
that
Animal
name.
Archon still
Goes by that name, huh?
Mortals these days.
Yeah, he can drink a lot. I can't imagine that someone as... formal. Oh, her birthday's this month, too. That's interesting. I think... I'm actually surprised, though. The closest birthday, unless I'm mistaken, I haven't seen another birthday message, to mine was Paimon's, actually. Since hers was the first, and mine's only 3 days after. Interesting. But yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I've wondered. I don't have Venti, but Zhongli, I wonder what he says about the Shogun. Does he say anything about the Shogun? Okay. Oh. Yeah, okay. So, he does have a voice line. I'm sure I could look it up, but yeah, he has words about Val, about Venti. This line might be... I wonder what he says about Ningguang. Oh, you know what? I think maybe his line about Ningguang is him talking about, like, how he used to see her selling food on a cart. I know Hu Tao... I'm pretty sure his Hu Tao line is just a... I cannot deal with that child line. Which, his birthday is literally New Year's Eve, huh? She's your boss. And because you didn't set aside a fund, despite being the literal god of money in this world... She's probably the one that's paying for everything. Let's run around. So let's do our dailies real quick, because if I don't, I'm going to forget to do it. Then after we do our dailies, let's maybe just go ahead. How long am I streaming for? 2 hours? I could still probably be on long enough to stream the Yelan Archon quest. I have a hard time just sitting down for a bit. Even when I play games with my friends, every now and then I'll occasionally just go grab a snack or something, you know? I don't know if it's just me. But, let's do our... did I get the same one again? Okay, no. I was gonna say... I haven't gotten... I don't even think I've done, like, hardly any daily commissions in Leo ever. That's why I set it back to random. Maybe I should just leave it on Inazuma or Leo for a while and then change it, but... Let's go run and do those pretty quickly. Usually it doesn't take that long. I mean, I don't know how long some of the Inazuma ones take, but... The combat one should be pretty much instant, so... Let's see, but yeah, that Archon quest really did give me a lot to think about. I was glad to see some of the depth behind Yelan. It was very eye-opening, because we didn't know we didn't know anything about her, but... It was definitely interesting. And about the Yaksha. It's also hard, because the more we learn about things like the Yaksha, the harder it is, just because they're already gone, you know? It's... almost like mourning someone that you never even got to meet. I showed the lacquerware. Why do you need lacquerware? Shrine's Divine Intervention, if you give a precious offering. Pretty lacquerware. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, I don't have a problem. Who knows, maybe one day you'll become a lacquerware expert. That's often how things like that begin. You might find a passion that you really love. Let's go talk to him. Hi, miss. Oh, there's the crafting bench. I know that's what that does. So he wants to ask about lacquer. I don't know for lacquers to shrine. You don't know when you're selling it. You also need a long period of practice. Yeah. Oh, it was obviously not easy. That you're not gonna... I don't know if you should just tell a kid about that. She went to Sumeru. That's interesting. Dadam should rep her. Yeah. That's when it's the same thing as, like, I don't know, what's a good example? Maybe it's not a good example, but like wedding rings. Not everybody has the fanciest, most expensive wedding ring, but the intentions behind it are what gives meaning to it. You know? If you gave a diamond ring worth thousands, you know, aside from the monetary value, to someone that you didn't love or didn't love you back, they're gonna sit there and be like, well, that's, you know, something. aside from, again, like, well, probably be happy about the money, but, you know, whereas, like, you give, though, again, it's not ideal. If you could only afford a certain, you know, a cheaper ring, but you gave it to someone with all your heart who loved you back, that would be... I don't think it's disrespectful to give tricolor Dongo. Pretty sure Miko also likes Dongo. People pack fresh petals into sachets and offer those. I would genuinely say Dongo. I'd just give it Dongo. That's a pretty common offering, isn't it? Stuff like that. My phone is going off, jeez. Archon, bless me and help my wishes come true. I hope that I'll receive a reply. I don't know if I would rely on receiving a reply. I think that a lot of times those are more just for, where are the rest of my... Oh, there's one here. A lot of times those are for Wandering Evo, I'd have to imagine. It's just to combat daily. A lot of times, those kinds of offerings, you're not going to get like a straight up like, and God came down and told you. Although, to be fair, you do live in one of the only one of the 3 nations where you very clearly do know who your Archon is. So, maybe. Stupid Electro Sealed. I keep forgetting that I need to, or should be at least, popping... Stop that. Popping Yelan's stuff first. I'm just not used to having her in my rotation. I miss... Oh, I definitely just whipped that arrow, jeez. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. Maybe I did need to be doing my commissions in Mondstadt all this time, because clearly some of these don't take very long. The detective one we did yesterday did take a decent chunk of time compared to a lot of the dailies, but that wasn't so bad.
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain.
Protect the monolith, okay. This should be, in theory, less obnoxious than, well, with spirits, maybe not. I was about to say less obnoxious than the one that's literally in Dragonspine, because the one that's in Dragonspine sucks. Because I always accidentally put out the, to be fair though, that one's also not difficult. It would be much more annoying if it actually, like, survived for any amount of time. Maybe I really did think that some of these would be more difficult than they've ended up being. Did that guy? I really like Yelan. I can tell how her... It's like the same thing I know a lot of people found after... Apparently after her character quest found it a little off-putting because Miko is always sassy. It's not just every now and then. But, I don't know, I think it makes sense for characters to be consistent with their name. Not their name, their personality. And Yelan very much... She's one of those types of people that is obviously very cynical, but clearly has a reason to be such, you know? The nature of her job is to be that kind of source of, I guess, doubt behind everything because it's her job to take care of things like that. I do wonder what she does, though, if it is solely just exploring the chasm, because I can't imagine... Well, there's a lot to do. Oh, there's one of my Electro-Oculuses. I'll maybe go to track that down later. My statues of the 7 are maxed in Leo and Mondstadt, and then I'm only at, I'm at level 9 in Inazuma, and I just can't bring myself to go dig up the rest of them. Withdraw to a safe area after collecting the supplies. What supplies? Come back. No. Ah, I missed it. That's annoying. I can get this one, though. Withdraw to collect... Oh, yeah, that does make sense. Go away, treasure hunter.
Another test subject.
Oh, I can't do it during combat, naturally. That does make sense. Ah, yes, the joy of being Electro and standing in water. Just zapping the crud out of yourself. Oh, I shouldn't have that. What is shooting me? Oh. He's getting staggered there, and I was like, what? Right. Withdraw to a safe area. Apparently that's a safe area. That is literally like 20 feet away. Honestly, those commissions were pretty fast. I was expecting to take a little bit longer, but maybe the Mondstadt ones are even longer, because some of them, like, I don't know, Elon Musk take a short second, especially if you're reading them. If you're not reading them, they don't take that long. But I'm just gonna go do this. I could collect them in Lima. But yeah, let's maybe hop into the Yelan character quest. I don't know how long that'll take. Maybe we'll do the Aimiko quest another time then. I've been streaming already like 2.25 hours. Yeah, that's a pretty hefty stream. I'd like to stream for at least 3 hours a day though. Might as well while I'm not doing anything else with my life, you know? Though I don't want to burn out too hard. Maybe it'd be wise to do like 4 or 5 times a week. I don't know. It really just depends on whether I'm feeling it. Because honestly, a lot of time I'm going to be playing games like Slay the Spire, Isaac anyways. It's just more like when I'm streaming, I feel like I should maybe be committing to one game. And did I do everything for the daily on the pass? Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, let's just do the Yelan character quest, then we'll see. Second floor of Gyeongshin Tea House. But yeah, I'm excited to go see a little bit more of Yelan. And again, this might answer the question of what she does maybe more during her daily life. I don't know, maybe she won't meet Shenhe because Shenhe is another like 5-star character. Maybe they don't want to have that steal the spotlight, but I know a lot of people really have been thinking the wait, what? The dynamic between her and her would be interesting. I do find it really interesting though. I didn't expect that their literally their C1s would mirror each other. They both get a second charge with a skill. That's such a small connection, but like I know a lot of people have been seeing parallels behind them. Uncle Tian. Yeah, Uncle Tian is pretty old. This is the guy that was pretty old.
What a lovely surprise. Welcome. Oishi, why don't you go downstairs and get the shopkeeper to make us a fresh pot of tea?
Yeah, sure. Nice, thank you.
I heard that you've been traveling all over the place recently.
Yeah, we can.
Very much like to hear your adventure stories.
We want to make sure you're okay, Tom.
Don't worry, I'm quite all right.
Everyone retires someday.
Years gradually. As I grow older,
I didn't click that. Why did that skip?
Starting to find that with
My hands are on my knee.
Though the mind is willing, the flesh is weak. Especially recently, I've noticed a rather drastic drop in my energy levels. I am still very much in good standing as the Tianshu today. Nevertheless,
yeah, that does also make sense. Do you have a is it are you passing it to her? Do you have a very specific heir in mind? How does that work? Perfect. Paimon took the words out of my mouth.
Oh, well, you see.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a Qixing position. I don't think it's hereditary or familial.
Historically speaking, the Tianshu rarely appears in
Oh, is Yelan about to become the Tianshu? Is that what this is about?
So a public selection process would not be suitable.
Huh.
We also want to keep any prospective Tianshu candidates free from influence by outside forces.
I think Yelan would be a very good Tianshu.
We tend to be as discreet as possible in their assessment and appointment.
So maybe she's a little bit too...
For these reasons, the incumbent Tianshu typically recommends their candidate of choice, and this is then approved by the other Qixing members.
So in other words,
I don't know if she'd want the position.
someone, and then Lady Keqing, Lady Ningguang, and the other Qixing appoint them?
Correct.
Interesting.
Unfortunately, due to my health, I won't be able to assess every.
Though I don't know if Yelan would want to be the
Not to despair,
Tianshu.
because I found someone exceptional.
Oh, she's the assessment officer. I genuinely think she'd be a good Tianshu, but maybe she has other duties that conflict too much with that.
Recently became acquainted with her yourself.
Very recently, yeah.
Who is it?
I'm heartbroken. I thought it might take you a little longer than this to forget all about me.
Oh.
It's Yelan!
Sorry, Yelan. I really like you, but the one I won't forget about is Yaimiko.
To assess 3 candidates for him. Fancy joining me? You'll be among the first to get to know the next Tianshu. Might be a good opportunity for you.
Okay.
What do you think? Makes sense. After all, whoever the next
I just want.
Tianshu is, it doesn't really make any difference to us.
Sorry, I'll come help though.
Paimon's really curious
Yeah, if it's for
Alright
you,
then.
Paimon, let's go check.
Though, I gotta say, Uncle Tien, you say you're into
Hmm.
behind-the-scenes planning? My work's of
That's
the
what I thought.
covert variety, too. Don't you think I might make a good Tianshu?
Is he about to tell her no?
Yelan, you
That'd be
want to
pretty
the next
funny.
Tianshu?
It'd be really funny if he just told her no.
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I suspect
that makes sense.
Ningguang wouldn't let you go very easily after how long you've been working together.
Oh, that makes sense.
So, how about this? If your investigation
Oh.
reveals that none of the other
We leave for
candidates are
30 seconds,
qualified
come
for
back,
the
they all
position,
suck.
I'll recommend you for the job.
Deal. Well, you guys take your time. Everything's all set for the assessments to go ahead.
She is definitely gonna
Be on the first floor
she is
when you're ready.
definitely gonna sabotage them.
Have a pleasant conversation.
There is no way we're coming
Oh,
back and saying someone's
you
actually
don't
been
need to
good.
pay for your tea. As the new owner of this fine
Oh yeah, she
establishment,
did take over this
runs
place.
on the house.
I think I saw her talking about that. She was like, thanks to Tartaglia or something like that, she was able to come in and sleep by the previous
all
owners.
set?
Good old Tartaglia. Man who almost
Uncle
destroyed this
Tien
entire
seems
place.
really worn down. It's like all his energy's gone.
He's old.
Yeah, it may sound harsh, but Uncle Tien is past his prime.
You are very
He's not
blunt
out for
though.
this
I wouldn't have
anymore.
said that
So
in
he's
that way.
recommended 3
Although I did
candidates.
just say he's old.
Their names are Qinwei,
Mingbo,
Mingbo, and Zhi. Qinwei is a wealthy entrepreneur. Mingbo works at the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs, and Zhi is focused on studying
Just based on
travel.
that, I think Mingbo's the only one
Try
that
to
might be
keep all
worth
that
it.
in mind. Of course, it doesn't really matter if you forget, since we'll be assessing them at Yuehai Pavilion in a short while.
Interesting.
Tianwei, Mingbo, Zhi. Paimon should be able to remember their names, but what does the assessment involve exactly?
Let's leave that until we get to Yuehai Pavilion. All right. Heads in the game, people. The stakes don't get much higher than a change in the Qixing. We can't afford to miss anything, no matter how
To be
small.
fair, she'd still be working.
We'll keep our eyes wide open.
If she became the Tianshu, she'd still be working with Ningguang. It's not as though she wouldn't be. And she's quote unquote in the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but she really, you know, isn't. Like that, you know, that was like the whole thing. It is up there, right? Yeah. Maybe I should have just flown down. It's fine. We'll just walk up there. Like the entire shtick with her was that she's you know, being part of this Ministry of Civil Affairs isn't like exactly what she does. And I know even like was it Ganya or was it Kuching that has a line about her that mentions that, yeah, I've never seen her actually at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. So
My legs are getting sore. What is wrong with this assessment officer? This is a huge occasion, and I
what
don't
a
even get a chair.
bitch.
I've
Is that the
dealt with
wealthy
all
guy?
kinds of people in my time, but never have I been made to stand while I'm waiting.
Well,
for an
you know what? Forget sabotage. This guy isn't becoming it.
I mean, I
He's a
think
little
it's
bit too
fine.
timid.
That's called being complacent. If you're happy to just accept the way things are, you'll never be able to change anything in the future.
Wow, I really want to punch this dude.
Come on. That's just... Now you're just...
Well,
being
one's kind of a
unreasonable.
jerk and the other's a little bit too timid.
Let's not get into a big argument.
Is this the Civil Affairs guy?
It's not worth it.
Mingbo?
Qianwei, that was a bit uncalled for. And Mingbo,
Oh, Mingbo's
cut
not.
in some
Okay.
slack. We've all been standing around.
Oh,
for
he's
a
the
while.
Civil Affairs
It's
guy.
natural to be getting irritable. Look, how about this? There's no rule saying we're obliged to stand up while we wait, so why don't we borrow some chairs?
There you go. He doesn't seem like the best
They're
at
not
being
the best
covert,
quality
though.
chairs, to be sure. But under the circumstances,
God,
it would
shut
be
up.
better than nothing.
Don't be rude to Yelan, she'll beat the crap out of you.
We'll meet them formally soon. Before that, let me run you through the assessment process.
Don't worry, I won't interrupt your dialogue, Yelan.
I've
That dude
split
just
it
make
into
me
2
mad.
stages: current affairs and planning, and face-to-face interview.
Okay.
In the first stage, candidates are required to submit a manifesto for Liyue's development. In the second stage, we will ask them some questions in person.
Can we
Writing
just...
a manifesto takes time, so I informed them of this requirement in advance. These are the reports they submitted.
Okay.
Wow. One of them is
That's probably the guy from Civil Affairs, isn't it?
It's also worth mentioning a stipulation I gave them. Whoever is appointed as the new Tianshu will be expected to implement their plan as put forward in their manifesto. Failing the occurrence of some cataclysmic event, they will not be permitted to change their plan. Therefore, these 3 piles of documents in front of us represent where each candidate stands on key policy issues.
Stipulating every single thing might not be the best thing either.
Have a skim through, get a first impression of what each. I'll be waiting off to
You
the
want me
side.
to read all of
Just
that?
let me know when you're done.
IRL, I could probably read through that pretty fast, actually. But, okay, let's just channelize. Just many commercial issues and provide some very penetrating analysis. Views seem very later instead of all this indispensable. Okay, so he's based on commercials. Commercial commerce and everything, that makes sense. G, domestic affairs, foreign affairs, checks and balances. Problem solving. That's not bad, but yeah, that's, yeah. Unless we want to sit there and keep Yelan waiting for a short eternity. Domestic affairs, quite comprehensively, focusing people's livelihoods. The greater good means the worlds that work for everyone. They at least seem to have put some thought into it. None of them seem to be just like, I just did nothing.
Everyone took it very seriously.
Yeah.
Of course they did. They have the chance to be picked as the new Tianshu, so you can bet they're putting their best foot forward. And keep in mind, whoever gets in has to execute their plan as written. Nobody wants to have any regrets. That's for me to know and you to find out. We can talk more after the interviews. We'll see the candidates now. Let's do one at a time. Start with Chenwei.
Yes, ma'am.
Chenwei. Brings him in. We're standing like 10 feet above him.
You two are the assessment officers, are you?
Don't start with the set. Wait, he's not Mingbo.
Given the great import
I'm so
of this
confused.
situation, Lady Ningguang would perhaps be assessing us in person.
What do you mean unfamiliar? We've saved this entire harbor / nation like 5 times.
My manifesto? I'd be more than happy to clarify any details you found difficult to grasp.
Why don't you suck my balls, dude? I hate this guy so much.
Mind your tone, mister.
Yeah, you tell him, Paimon.
It wasn't intended as a personal slight against anyone in particular. I was Cloud Retainer. You know this Adeptus? Oh, yes, I remember now. You must
if you
be
start
the
talking
traveler that
smack,
people are constant. With your sterling reputation, you must have a respectable level of erudition. Perhaps you will be able to understand.
Alright, suck my balls. I'm skipping his stuff. I hate him so much. I hate him.
Is it my turn?
Hi, Mingbo.
Yes.
Be a little bit more confident in yourself, man.
I'm, Mingbo. I work in the Ministry of Civil
Okay, so
Affairs.
he is. I'm so confused.
I worked there for 9 years, 5 months, and 3 days. In that time, I've handled 2,347 cases.
That's impressive.
I
Good
have
for you.
12 active cases at the moment. They should be concluded in 16 days.
I have a really hard time seeing this guy being the
My current work is
Tianshu, though.
related to urban planning, and I'm also responsible for auditing the accounts. To be more precise, there are 3 parts to the accounts, namely...
Is it just Paimon, or is he not very...
Everyone can struggle with it. I used to have a very hard time. You think you're ready, and then you get up there in front of tons of people. Same thing with performance. It can be hard.
Okay. Sorry.
It can be very difficult to actually talk IRL in front of people, but performing is a little bit different. I never had a problem performing. Public speaking kind of sucks, though. Hi, G.
Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little nervous.
That's normal.
What would you like to know? You're here to assess me, so ask away and I'll answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Your manifesto is very wide in its scope, but you don't seem to be personally involved in many of the specific fields. How can you be sure that you have the ability to put your plan into action?
Very fair question. I completely understand where you're coming from. But I'm confident in my plan. I've visited many different places, talked to lots of people with far more expertise than myself, and my manifesto is the conclusion of these efforts.
Well, you can't be an expert in everything.
Of course,
putting in research is the basis of it.
Very complicated ways, and you might reach 2 very contradictory conclusions depending on which one you're focusing on. What I've tried to do is strike a balance. In other words,
I don't know if Yelan seems impressed with this guy, but of the 3, this is the one that I don't hate.
Whether you are right or wrong about your proposed solution being the optimal one.
I still think we should just have Yelan be the next Tianshu, but maybe I'm just wrong.
Well, I'd start by having my colleagues and the secretaries of the Yuehai Pavilion evaluate any proposals before implementation. Post-implementation, it would all come down to the results. If it turned out that my judgment was to blame for poor results, I would take responsibility.
That's good.
Nice answer. All right, next question.
Yelan seems to be on his way.
He seems like a great guy. Everything he said was thoughtful and logical, and he was just a pleasure to listen to.
Lumi doesn't seem super
Here's
enthused
my
about
take
it.
on what we just learned. As you saw, Qianwei is highly knowledgeable.
We're not choosing Chanwei. If you choose Chanwei, I swear to God.
Effectively target the big issues. But he is very proud and incredibly stubborn. He doesn't
To be
care much about
fair,
people's
I don't
feelings.
know if
Mingguo's
you're
plan
the
is more
first
thorough
one to
and
say
more
that.
measured. You can tell he's meticulous in his work, very detail-oriented. But he and Qianwei are otherwise polar opposites. Mingguo is not very articulate and comes
I just
across
think
as
that
very
Mingbo's
timid in
temperament would
conversation.
be very difficult. Same with Janwei, but both of them would struggle in the position, I think.
You're good at this, Yelan.
Though it's not wrong to pursue
Last
a
but not least,
promotion
Zhi.
opportunity.
His manifesto is full of pertinent details, his methodology is sound, and his proposals cover a broad range of fields, which is quite a rare feat.
Mhm.
The depth he goes into in each and every area means it can only be a product of painstaking work. Plus, he is
So is she
modest
gonna
and
admit that
good
he
at
could be a
dealing with
good
people.
choice?
But what really interests me is that many of his views happen to coincide with Uncle Tien's.
Okay.
Having someone like Zhi take the position would certainly put Uncle Tien's mind at rest.
Great.
We'll see.
And you know what? One thing that did just occur to me, maybe this whole assessment of the three candidates was all for him to have an assessment of Yelan and whether or not she could take a position. Because if she had just come out outright and been like, yeah, all of them suck, without an accurate assessment, he might have been like, well, you can't. But maybe that's what he's going for. But I think Juri would, of the three, is, you know, if you had to choose one of the three.
I see. Then it's more or less as I anticipated.
Okay, so he did meet
All
some
right.
fun.
Then let me ask this. The ideas in Zhi's manifesto are very similar to your own. Is there any particular reason behind this?
Oh, I didn't want to say anything when I gave you the list of
Is Juri
candidates
like your son or something?
for fear of affecting your judgment. But
Your apprentice,
I
maybe?
can tell you now. Those three candidates
Oh.
have all studied under me in the past. It's only natural.
John Wei was kind of
that
a...
some
I'm not going to say that word. But he...
Shen Wei went on to focus on his business.
Yeah.
Ming Guo has always been occupied with his work at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Of all of them, Juri was with me for
Juri.
the longest duration.
Whoa.
It's interesting how pronunciation go. Because based on that name, I would have thought it would be like
Shen
Ji.
Wei was referred to me by an old friend. Ming Guo came to my attention in the course of my work. As for Juri, I was pure happenstance.
She does not seem impressed.
We first met while fishing. Gradually, as we got to know each other,
Wait, does the
we
Tianshu not
started
work with the
discussing
Jishin?
all sorts
I'm
of
confused.
topics. Juri came from a poor family, and his parents died when he was very young. But he was a gifted student and a fast learner. He reminded me of a younger version of myself. So I started out giving him a few words of advice when we were out fishing and noticed how quickly he got on. Quite. And now, all of a sudden, he's grown into a mature young man. It's a joy to see. But it also gets one thinking. The young are growing up, and I am growing old. How time flies. No one can escape the cycle of life.
I don't know, Uncle Tian. You still seem in pretty good shape to me. You might have another few years of work left in you, don't you think?
Just because he might doesn't mean he necessarily needs to.
There's really no need to console me. Having less energy than I used to isn't such a bad thing. It just means I finally have a good reason to retire and spend my days doing what old men like me should be doing. Going fishing whenever I
There you
feel
go,
like
man.
it.
Sounds like you sure love fishing, Uncle Tian.
There's nothing quite like fishing to pass the time.
Fish
And
soup.
freshly caught
I just like eating a fillet of fish.
They make
Just
the
cook it
most
up.
beautiful fish
I'm not good at
soup.
cooking, but you know, like,
Barely any preparation required.
fish soup is interesting.
Fish soup. Sounds tasty.
Hmm.
Doesn't it? Also, some time ago, Jury purchased a very special recipe from an old fisherman. When we've been fishing recently, Jury always brings some extra ingredients he prepared in advance.
I do like Jerry though.
The
Like, I
addition
think
of
he's the one
these
that
makes the soup taste
would
even
likely
more
be
wonderful.
the best Tianshu.
That flavor makes for a fond memory. But at my
No,
age,
very many chances.
who knows how many more chances I have left to taste it again.
There's no need to be sad.
Next time too. Paimon really wants to try it.
Let's get back to the matter at hand. Uncle Tian, we've reported back. Do you have a verdict?
I appointed you as the assessment officer.
And now Yelan's gonna be
trust
like, I
you.
should have said he sucked.
Had you not asked me why Jury's ideas were so similar to mine, I was not going to mention my history with any of them.
She is very sharp.
This
Of course she
decision
did.
must be guided by what is fair and right. Please disregard all
We
other
both made
considerations.
our entire decision.
Your final decision. Remember, you must be thorough.
Understood. Come on, let's go talk somewhere else.
Bye-bye, Uncle Tian. Look after yourself.
Bye. I was under the impression that we'd already decided, but apparently hadn't.
So it's gonna be Jiri, right? His manifesto was written well, and he's the best speaker.
Easy. Let's not rush. There's no time limit for this assessment.
Huh? So, are you gonna give them more tests or something?
Good question.
No, nothing like that. The assessment itself is complete. But let me give you a word.
Oh, do you think he's maybe like a
Things
two-faced
are not always as they appear.
dude?
The biggest no-no in intelligence work is to only get information from the person of interest themselves.
Oh
The truth is
no.
almost always hidden beneath many layers of
Maybe this guy's
deception.
actually really
You
deceptive.
have to get information through
Who
many
knows?
different channels.
Maybe John Wei is actually like
Wen Yuan,
good.
Shanghua.
I
Yes?
doubt it though. Hi.
Lady Yelan, what are your orders?
They came out of nowhere.
Who are they? Where did they come from?
I thought she worked
Do
alone.
they scare you? These two are Wen Yuan and Shanghua. They work for me. As my trusted assistants, they are always standing guard nearby. They also
Even
perform
in the
various
chasm?
assignments as required. Shanghua is a business expert who gets his information by trading. Wen Yuan relies on word of mouth. And there's also Pei, who's
Pei.
not here right now.
That meathead must have been out there on sea surveillance for some time now. Is he all
He
right?
can't swim. You send him on sea surveillance and he's the one that can't swim?
Nothing can take that guy down. Certainly not a little wind and waves.
Shanghua, visit all the commerce guilds and look into Qianwei's background. Wen Yuan, go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and look through Mingbo's work files.
Yes, ma'am.
So what about Jiri?
That's us or the other dude.
Juri. Well, obviously, as the most.
Oh,
Let's go
okay.
to the docks first.
Oh, oops, didn't mean
Lots
to
of people
click.
passing through there. You can find out all kinds of things.
If we're looking for information, why don't we try talking to Bulai, the owner of Wanyu Boutique?
Why
He does
Bulai?
business at the North
Oh.
Wharf. Maybe he has some news for us.
That's actually not a bad idea. Let's go and ask him.
Hey, you got an idea that impressed Yelan, Paimon. That's pretty impressive. Everything going? Close to a teleport? Yeah.
Huh? What's Bulai doing here today?
Hello.
Look, your asking price for this batch is just too high. I can't buy in at this price. How
Oh,
am I
it's this
supposed
dude.
to turn a profit?
Come on, hear me out. I'm telling you, this is the single best batch of Sunsetti as ever. You won't find anyone who disputes that. I
And
accidentally dropped one into a well, and even the water turned
oh
sweet.
my gosh.
Even so.
All right. I'll let you in on a little secret. The boss of Second Life also wants to buy from me, but I haven't responded yet. If you won't take him, I'll
That's
just
the
have to partner
businessman.
with them instead. And neither of us wants that.
Okay, well, when you
Oh,
put it
yeah,
that
actually,
way, I'll accept your asking price. I'll take all your stock. Don't sell a single one
He
to Second
really
Life.
hates Second Life, jeez.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Did you just get scammed in front of us?
And to be clear, these Sunsetias are mine. I got to them first. Don't get any ideas.
Yeah, I have like 600, dude.
I want to ask you about a guy called Juri. Have you heard of him before?
Juri? Yes, he's quite well known.
We have enough food in our bag to literally last us the rest of our life, so we'd have been fine in the
He was
chasm.
born into poverty. His parents died when he was young, and he was treated cruelly by the local community. One of his neighbors was terribly rude to him all the time, but Juri never retaliated. And when his neighbor went bankrupt, he even helped support the family. He returned cruelty with kindness, injustice with peace offerings. A gentleman of talent and character, and how did I not notice him sooner? In fact, maybe I'm not too late. If I could hire him to be the brand ambassador for Wanyo Boutique.
He's about to become the Tianshu, apparently, so...
Man, we can finally
Yelan still doesn't seem convinced.
Why are you asking about him anyway? You aren't
What brand,
for a
Belai?
brand ambassador too, are you? Well then, in that case, the higher bidder takes the...
Oh my gosh.
That's Juri right over there. Why don't we go and talk to him?
We don't need a...
Where?
It's him, all right. Looks like he's chatting with Yelan. Come on. Let's
Do we
follow them and
really need
listen
to? And did we need to say that in front of
Try not to
Belai?
let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
I'll just go and fetch an employment contract. And hey, don't try and cut me
Shut
out
up,
of
Belai.
this. Hey!
Alright, time for another stealth follow, huh?
Let's walk and talk.
Oops. How do I crouch? How do I crouch? Okay. Oh, that's not it.
So, you were looking to buy a wineware set?
Did he just see us?
Hurry. Don't get
We're
too
behind
close,
the
or I'll
box.
see you.
Oops. Yelan, listen.
Try not to
I'm
let him see
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry.
I understand. Let's walk and talk.
Oh. I was about to say. That would have been really awkward if I just immediately fell again.
So, you were looking to buy a wineware set?
Hey, dude, don't mind us.
Now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
Just gonna...
The truth is, an old friend of mine who likes to have a drink now and then. He fancies himself as a man of culture, but doesn't care for needless extravagance.
Oh!
So I thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
Oh. I mean, maybe he's trying to be like, well...
Thank you very much, Miss Yelan.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Juri. These days, it's quite rare for someone of your standing to still keep up with their old friends.
Maybe he doesn't mean it with any malice.
I'll be sure to pick out a good set for you. You can count on me.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't meant with any malice. To be fair, the actual antiques were probably really expensive.
Really well with Are you satisfied now, Yelan? Seems like everyone thinks Juri's a great guy.
But the Tianshu is not a position that we can just
Shouldn't
not
jump
do,
to
right?
conclusions just yet. Let's go check out the wharf where he usually goes fishing.
But she really wants to become the Tianshu instead, does she? Oops, I keep brushing my spacebar with my knee.
Tianshu yourself, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But hey, if I do become Tianshu, I'll look out for you guys.
Oh.
You'll be able to try all the finest food for free. How does that sound?
We will? Well, come on!
Paimon.
We go!
Honestly, IRL though, I've had a friend who's asked me. I wouldn't mind being with someone who's a little bit older that could take care of you. Yelan seems like she would too. But again, if this was real, which it's not, but if it was, I'd probably have my heart set on a certain shrine maiden. Who, to be fair, is also probably several hundred years, is absolutely several hundred years old, but, you know. That's just me. Might just be me, though.
The wharf is as busy as ever. I hear the anglers here sometimes sell their fish to the nearby fishmongers. Let's see what Uncle Soon has to say.
I mean, if you continue to ask the locals, I don't think you're gonna get anything different. Maybe we need to change the method of investigation if we're really trying to make Yelan become the Tianshu. I would be genuinely like...
Welcome.
I just feel like a lot of the... Well... So the thing is, I feel like a lot of the... I would say a lot of the side, like, the character side quests haven't truly affected, like, the... Like, it doesn't hardly affect anything in the world. Because if Yelan in her story quest became the Tianshu, that would drastically affect the story for Leo, would it not? And so people who hadn't done the character quest, which isn't technically a requirement, I don't think, maybe wouldn't know what's going on, but...
Sorry to interrupt. We're actually members of the, Liyue Anglers
You do not look like you're from the Liyue Anglers Association, and neither do we.
We've heard about this young man called Jur-E, who's supposed to be a fantastic fisherman. Just wondering if you happen to have heard of him?
Whoa! Yelan made up a whole fake identity without batting an eyelid!
Ah, yes, Jur-E. He's been making quite a name for himself recently. I've got some friends who travel all over the place, and they tell me everywhere they go they meet someone who's heard of him. Apparently, he had a rather tough time growing up.
Yeah. Why you gotta try and sabotage this dude, Yelan? Maybe he really is some terrible person underneath everything, but...
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, if there's anything to that logic, he's sure to be phenomenally successful one day.
Yeah, we think so too.
But I'm afraid your Anglers Association might be in for a disappointment.
Oh? Why is that?
He's good at a lot of things, but fishing isn't one of them. He fishes at the wharf and sells what he catches to me on occasion. His catches are always mediocre. Not terrible, but equally nothing to write home about. If you're looking to recruit some new members, though, I do know a few top anglers I could put you in touch with.
That sounds fantastic. I've got a couple of other things to attend to right now, though, so why don't I come back some other time?
She makes up these fake identities, though. All it takes is him seeing her in passing and being like, oh, uh-oh, you know?
Everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Come on, let's keep asking around.
To be fair, if you're the Tianshu, which is meant to be a very secretive position, that might not be such a good thing. Although, you know, to be fair, Yelan works at the quote-unquote Ministry of Civil Affairs, so... What are we looking for? Clues? I'm really wondering, though. Are we gonna end up... Like, surely, I really don't think the other two are going to really even be in the question. So I think what it... Are we supposed to use elemental side? I think what it's gonna come down to is... Are we gonna try and make Yelan the... What am I looking for? Are we gonna try and make Yelan the... Oh. Tianshu,
Here
or...
to buy some fish? It's 300 for 1 or 3 for 1,000. You better hurry. When they're gone, they're gone.
What?
We're from the
300 for 1 or 3 for 1,000?
price research.
Why would I not just buy 300 for 1 3 times? It'd be 900. What?
Society for Fish Price Research. I haven't done anything illegal.
Oh my
Stay
God,
out
shut
of
up.
Please, don't worry. We're just here to conduct a simple survey. We've heard
You're
about
just here to do a survey.
Jur-E, who's been selling fresh fish at low prices in this area recently.
Maybe he's just trying to curry favor.
So this isn't about me. You should have said something, you know.
Ugh.
I know the guy. I can tell you what I know. I haven't heard anything about him selling fresh fish at low prices, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
Doesn't really sound like a survey.
Because he's so poor. His parents died when he was very young, and his alcoholic father still owed a huge amount of debt. No one wanted anything to do with him. He was still a kid when he first came to the wharf. His clothes were ragged, and he had a bandage wrapped around his head. And he managed to survive, thanks to Uncle Tien, who gave him some food. But still to this day, he doesn't have a lot of more
He's trying to turn it around.
I mean, he can afford to eat and everything, but you'll often see him haggling with others over just a few mora. So, I wouldn't be surprised to find out he's been selling a few fish. It's not like he catches much anyway, so it's not going to affect my business. Don't tell him I said that.
You'd rather he didn't know?
Well, I spoke to him once briefly, and I just had a feeling that he really cares what other people think of him.
That actually might be not so good.
It's hardly my place to say anything.
Though that makes
What
sense
he's
from his
achieved
background.
already puts most people to shame.
I don't think being
But nobody's
poor
perfect.
is...
I just
yeah.
wouldn't want to upset him. That's
Well,
all.
that is actually good of you.
I see.
He's...
Well,
I understand that viewpoint of not wanting other people to care too much about him. And that could be bad for the Tianshu position, but... Oh my god.
The more times you say it, the less convincing it becomes.
Doesn't have a lot of mora to his name.
I don't think you need that for the Tianshu position, do you? She really is trying to be thorough, huh? That's what we'll call it. Alright, well now we know we're supposed to talk to them. Oh.
Hey, it's you guys! Wait, what's the phrase? Oh yeah, honored to meet you.
Thank you,
What brings
kid.
you to me?
The truth is, we are but newcomers to this territory.
Do people really not know who Yelan is? Because these lies are going to be kind of a problem eventually for surely.
Everything there is to know. Hence, we sought you out to ask for your guidance.
I'll flatter the kid though, that's nice.
Really? People said I know everything there is to know?
But of course, we also heard that Master Dooku is a kind and virtuous swordsman who never turns away anyone who comes with questions.
Great! So what do you wish to know? Nothing happens on this street that I don't know about.
Now she's lying to a kid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a white lie that seems to have made his day. Lumine seems happy about it.
Master Dooku, have you heard of one by the name of Jur-E?
Sure have. You mean that guy that all the grown-ups are talking about these days? I've heard many tales of Juri. For example, I can't remember.
That's okay.
Probably because it's nothing that important. I prefer stories about sword-fighting heroes.
Do you?
Oh, I can completely understand that. Then let me ask you this. Do you remember roughly when the grown-ups started talking about Jur-E?
Oh yeah, I know that. It was about 2 or 3 months ago.
Recently.
Before that, people always used to talk about
That's
Juri in
interesting.
a nasty tone of voice.
Has he been paying people? Oh no, has he? I know he's quote unquote poor, but has he been blackmailing people? Has he?
So I'm glad that people are starting to like him now.
This is a little concerning, actually. Yeah, I was gonna say, is he actually just trying to get a good reputation just for this?
Just as I thought, Master Dooku is indeed as kind and virtuous as the legends claim.
I'm not that great.
That is actually concerning.
One other thing. These days, there's a lot of people I've never seen before talking about Juri stories in the street. They seem like nice people.
Oh no.
Oh, definitely.
Great. So next time I see them, I'll say hi. And I guess I can share some of my candies with them too.
That's nice of you, kid.
Certainly. You can also tell my friend in Yenshang Tea House about what they're up to. I'm sure my friend would also like to say hi to them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Well then, fare thee well, Master Dooku.
Until we meet
That is pretty funny. That is pretty funny.
any of that sound strange to you?
Yep.
Strange? What was strange?
So he isn't actually genuine. He's...
Jiryi seems to have a great reputation. Uncle Soon and Uncle Gas.
Well, I doubt he could be paying them off if he was poor, but
seems to like him too.
maybe threats, maybe
True.
blackmail could be.
But the issue is, where did his sudden celebrity come from?
Yeah,
It almost seems too good to be true.
Sudden?
that's a little
Too good to
concerning.
be true? What do you mean?
So he returns cruelty with kindness and had to work to support his studies. These are the kinds of things that make someone well known in their hometown.
Yeah.
But Uncle Soon said even his friends who travel far and wide hear about him wherever they go. That's a little over the top, if you ask me. Do you remember what Dugu Shuo said about Jur-E's stories? Clearly they left him with a good impression of the guy. But beyond that, he wasn't interested in the details. That's the reaction I would expect from any normal person. Plus, there's the fact that all this praise of Jur-E has only been happening within the last 2 or 3 months. His childhood, his studies, the thing with his neighbor. None of these are recent events.
They're
So
are they fabricated?
going around now?
When you put it like that, it is kinda strange.
How long did he know
Of
the
course, if
position of
that's all there
Tianshu
was
becoming
to it,
open?
I wouldn't look into it any further. Jur-E was born into a poor family. Paying people to get his stories out there is within the rules of the game as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
The problem is, do you remember what Uncle Gao said about him? He's stayed poor his whole life. Everything he's earned, he's either spent on studying, traveling.
Oh, is he
or
trying to
on
become
debts.
someone's like figurehead
That he
almost?
has Amora to pay for a publicity. Right. And that changes everything. It can mean a powerful faction is trying to gain influence over the Liu
That
Shishi.
is actually kind of bad.
That's the worst case scenario. But all too often, the most pessimistic speculation turns out to be closest to the
Is it the
truth.
Fatui? I swear if it's the Fatui.
Influence over the Qixing? That sounds serious. What should we do? Even if we asked Jiryi about it, surely there's no way he'd admit it.
First, we need to find out who's supporting him. Don't worry, I've got a plan.
If it's the Fatui,
Remember the current
Oh,
affairs
no.
and planning stage of the assessment? Since the successful candidate is duty-bound to implement their plan after taking office, their manifesto tells
That
us
would
their
be
stance on
reflective,
key
yeah.
issues. Whoever is secretly helping Jur-E must be seeking to benefit from his actions after his appointment. So, we should be able to find some hints in Jur-E's manifesto on who we're dealing with. Come on, let's get back to Yenshang Tea House.
that is interesting. Well, I suppose that is why she is who she is. I mean, from the start I did say I think that Yelan was going to be the best candidate, but still, to see all of this coming to light is... And again, this is her character quest, so, you know, like... Huh.
Jur-E's manifesto covers a huge range of topics. Looking for details that don't add up will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
I'll divide the reports into 2 piles. You take one, I'll take the other. When we're finished, we'll put our heads together.
Are we actually...
Officially, the assessment is already over, and I'll be expected to announce the results before long. So we have to get to the bottom of this as quickly as we can.
We better hurry.
And with Uncle Tian
Whatever
actually
else
liking
Uncle Tian
him,
might think of Jur-E, the fact remains that he's one of his favorites.
we'd need concrete evidence if
Any
he's actually
evidence
doing
he's left
something
is
wrong.
not going to be immediately obvious. We'll have to look carefully and think critically.
Oh, my stomach's growling. Oops, that was really loud. Right, jeez, manifesto.
Even though Yelan took half, this is still a lot to get through. Well, we gotta start somewhere.
Are we actually reading it? C, okay. Variety of factors, these turns become stronger, okay. So special patrol in the Zeo Steedlash, this feature consists of following. We have the Crux fleet, do we not? Rock. Old courses just that Rex Lapis left a great deal of wealth in the mountains of Lewa, however due to obstacles. Many projects have been called off. The work is the Blackcliff Forge. Blackcliff, that's one of the weapons you can get with like star glitter, isn't it? There was mining, done on rune exploration. Interesting. It's a treacherous terrain amount. It means we transport links. Sheer mounds are unlike landers. They're dangerous to walk on a wholly unsuited transportation of goods. Rich in herbs and ore deposits. Putting road network. I don't see anything immediately obvious, honestly.
All this reading is giving Paimon a headache.
Hmm.
Let's take a break.
Well, we're trying to help Yelan come up with a sorry, decision before long.
Looks like I'm the first one back, as usual.
Being the first to finish isn't the best in every situation.
If you're back, that means you finished investigating Tianwei, right?
You betcha. I visited all the commerce guilds and gathered a wealth of information. Every time they asked me to leave, but I always had another trick up my sleeve.
Don't drag this out. Just tell us your findings.
Yes, Lady Yelan. To summarize my findings, most people who've had interactions with Tianwei will start out complaining about how proud and arrogant he is, but then go on to give a generally positive appraisal of him. The young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild said that Tianwei appears arrogant, but he's very scrupulous in the way he works.
Oh, there you go. That's
Once he signs a contract with somebody, he treats them fairly regardless
and
of
he
their
has the same haircut as you, so, you know. Maybe you'll like him now. I don't care. He's still not becoming the Tianshu.
Is it possible that his reputation is fake? Is there any way you can
If he becomes, dude, if that dude becomes a Tianshu, I'm rioting.
In theory, that should be very difficult. But here's the thing. I asked around and found out that almost all of Tianwei's accounts are open to the
That's
public.
not a good thing for such a secretive
Where he buys
position.
from and sells to should be confidential business information, but he doesn't seem interested in
that's not
protecting it
good.
at all. Tianwei often sees business opportunities that others don't, but once he's made enough mora off of it, it's like he gets sick of it and releases all of his trade secrets. It's like
Not
he
him.
wants people to know that they still can't beat him, even if he shares all of his secrets. The fact that someone like that can still make mora is pretty infuriating when you think about it.
Yeah, maybe. Who cares?
It's like he's not doing business to make mora, but instead
Because he has a superiority complex.
His theories. No wonder his manifesto contains so many insights. It's all the result of his first-hand experimentation.
Oh,
I'm
that's interesting.
back. Huh? How come you're here?
Why do you think? Obviously, because I possess
Oh my
superior
God.
skills, and am always one step ahead of the competition.
Stop arguing.
Well, when you're the competition, at least.
Whatever. I'm not getting into an argument with you. If I hadn't had something else to take care of on the way, I would have been back long before you. Lady Yelan, I have finished investigating Minghua.
Well, we're all ears.
The Ministry of Civil Affairs says that Minghua struggles to get his words out when he gets nervous, especially when he's chatting with strangers. But after a few days of getting to know him, you can pretty much have a normal conversation with him. On the whole, the feedback from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was very positive. He always considers the things that everyone else overlooks.
In your opinion, was the Ministry of Civil Affairs' appraisal of Minghua at all exaggerated?
I don't believe so. Minghua is someone who has slowly but surely earned the reputation he has today. According to Miss Yu, the ministry often gets Minghua to take a final look at projects before they're implemented. People feel much more confident in something if it has his stamp of approval. Oh, and also, there was once someone in the ministry who was lying and cheating to try to advance their career. Minghua gave them the scolding of a lifetime. Apparently, he can be terrifying when he loses his temper. I haven't seen it for myself, though.
Whoa, that's hard to imagine.
Interesting.
Like I said before, things are not always as they appear.
Ah, so that's what you meant by that. Paimon's starting to get it now.
Thank you both. You're free to go now.
Interesting. Still based on those.
So, have you finished reading the manifesto?
Yeah, I still don't think either of those two. I'm on. Interesting.
I can't see any immediate problems looking at the individual entries. The only one that strikes me as a little unusual is the Tianshu Pool redevelopment plan.
Interesting.
Tianshu Pool has always been home to many secrets. Plus, Ajdaha once wrought havoc there, So there are even more secrets buried deep underground. At some point, a rumor began to go around that there is great treasure buried beneath Tianshu Pool. A long time ago, with the approval of the Qixing, a mining team conducted an exploratory excavation there.
So, did they find any treasure?
None. The ruin was completely impenetrable. The only way they could have gotten through the solid rock would have been by blowing it open with a.
So it's someone who is looking to make a profit if he is working with someone.
Mature enough at that time. So the excavation project was shut down and the treasure became a mere legend.
Interesting.
Jur-E's manifesto focuses on solving problems, and this treasure hunt seems extremely risky.
Yeah,
seems out of step with the rest of his plans. Still,
I wonder.
One fact alone doesn't tell us much. Everyone wants to get their hands on this treasure. The treasure hoarders, the Fatui, even local Liyue factions.
Yeah, that could.
Did you find anything?
If he is connected to the Batui, though, that's a big problem.
Excavation? Project? Treasure? Did we read anything similar in our half of the manifesto?
Yeah, it's the rock chapters and all.
Jur-E said the Blackcliff Forge workers should get right of first refusal if any suitable projects come up.
Did he now?
Oh.
That makes everything much clearer.
Yeah.
So Jur-E the Blackcliff Forge to excavate the treasure of Tianshu Pool.
Does that mean the Blackcliff Forge is Jur-E's secret supporter?
Probably worth looking into, no?
No, not likely.
Yeah.
I've
Oh,
looked
maybe
into
not.
the
Okay.
Blackcliff Forge before. They aren't involved with any powerful factions at present. They do possess some
Interesting.
specialized explosives, but it would seem more trouble than it's worth to put so many resources into a risky project like this.
Is it still not worth looking into, though, huh?
Since the clues are pointing toward the Blackcliff Forge, we should see where they lead.
Okay.
We may well find something
That's
new.
what I thought.
Shenwei and Mingbo both turned out to be completely different than what we thought.
That doesn't mean that they're suitable for the position, though. You know, so let's see. I'm very much interested to see how this turns out, though. It is definitely a little bit suspicious that his sterling reputation has only been something recent. And again, if this is a shadowy position, I get that you need to have some kind of resume, but anyone who has any kind of reputation is going to affect it, is it not? Makes me wonder how, like, Uncle Tien came into the position. Nothing not happened today, nothing not happened today. Ray payday. 2 new recruits joined. One of them is fake got the skin. Nothing not happened. Jeez.
What's this? A diary?
From the back, it looks like a ledger, but it seems they also use it as a site log. We don't know who wrote it, but it's interesting, don't you think? These newcomers, who could have sent them?
You think they're suspicious?
Are they not just like a work log?
Yes.
You know?
Look,
Huh.
it says right there, one of them's already been promoted to team leader.
Yeah, that is...
At this rate, by the time the Tianshu Pool redevelopment plan is ready to roll, they'll be the technical backbone of the team. That'll give them the chance to take a lot of liberties. They can copy any secret texts or steal any treasure they find underground. Imagine if we didn't suspect anything. By the time Jur-E recommends the Blackcliff Forge for the excavation project, at most we would maybe do a fresh background check on the place. No red flags if all they did was change some key staff. And even if we decided to vet the staff individually,
Interesting.
they'd have had more than enough time by then to come up with
Yeah.
fake identities.
Well, it's not always possible to put in an investigation to everything.
Of planning this far in advance. It was a clever move.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. If we hadn't found this out, someone else would have stolen the treasure.
That would have been a travesty for Paimon.
So, who's really behind all this?
That's a question for the newcomers. But let's start with that worker over there for now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Showing up and getting a rapid promotion isn't a bad thing, but if it's in relation to something like this, that could be interesting.
Excuse us. We want to ask you about the newcomers.
Is he gonna talk to us?
Want them to teach you or something?
Oh, don't
I
be.
gotta say, these newcomers are in tip-top shape. Fast learners, too. They're
It's almost
picking
as
up
though they
all the
already have
skills
experience in the field.
unbelievably fast.
My only complaint is that they're always going out drinking at night, but they never let us join them. I guess they just need some time to adjust. I'm sure we'll get to know each other over time.
Can't tell if this guy's a chip on his shoulder or if he just wants friends.
This area isn't exactly renowned for the nightlife. I'm guessing it's a long trip to the nearest tavern.
You got that right. They tell me they go all the way back to Liyue Harbor to drink at Wanmin Restaurant. It rained
Isn't that
after
Zhongming's
work
place?
today, so they actually stuck around at the site for a while.
That
As soon as
really
the rain
does sound a bit
stopped, They
suspicious.
went out drinking again right away. Hey, you're only young once, right? I say, if they can hack it, let them at it.
Interesting. Let's go talk somewhere else.
Okay.
Looks like our hunch was on the Mora. These newcomers are very
Yeah.
suspicious. Drinking in Liyue Harbor, huh? Some cover story. I'll wager they've been going to intelligence updates.
That does
Good
sound
thing it
right.
rained today. It means they'll leave footprints. I doubt they'd give themselves away that easily, but let's follow them and try our luck.
We do have elemental sight. It's not as though we probably couldn't track them.
They went that way! Hurry, we gotta catch up!
Interesting. Yeah, this is all, it's one of those, like, I suppose nothing is ever exactly as it seems, but if we really do dig up dirt on this guy, it's a good thing we put Yelan in charge of this investigation. And that would be a good...
They didn't go to Liyue Harbor. They went that way.
Interesting. Well, if they hadn't put someone as thorough as Yelan in charge of assessment, this wouldn't have been nearly viewed fast enough and all of this would have come to pass, so. Hey, make her the... make her the...
But, judging from the
Tianshu.
direction, I'm guessing their destination was that abandoned house.
Interesting. Sharp in the dirt, like made by bamboo mats. Somebody slept here. Okay. Yeah. Could be documents, could just be their literal campfire. There may have been a fight here, but it's hard to. Oh. That's interesting. Wow. Somebody was basically staying here? Interesting.
Looks like we were too late. This has gotta be where the newcomers rendezvous with whoever they're working for. But all the evidence has been destroyed. Look at
Yeah.
these ashes. Someone was
It was
burning
documents then.
not long
Okay.
before we arrived.
Not just a normal campfire.
Maybe the wind could have blown the fire out before everything was finished burning.
The odds of that are very slim. It's practically impossible. I've checked. All the paper's been burned. There's only ash left now.
Why don't we wait for them back
That makes
at the
sense.
Blackcliff Forge? They've gotta go back there sooner or later.
We don't have time for that though, do we?
We can't count on that. Clearly they were based here at one point, but it's mysteriously abandoned now.
Maybe they found
To
everything
me,
they needed.
That says that whoever's behind this has moved them somewhere else to throw our investigation off course.
We just started asking though.
Guess this is where our trail runs cold.
Make no mistake, the purpose of our trip wasn't to find any solid evidence. We just need to figure out who's behind Jur-E. I smelled something peculiar the moment I came in. Those newcomers probably thought they'd be safe as long as they burned the letters. But what they failed to consider is that paper and ink from different regions produce
Oh.
different odors when they're burned.
That's interesting.
Really? Paimon can't smell anything. Do you smell anything?
Gentle
There is a certain
fragrance.
place with a freezing cold climate where there's nothing but ice as far as the eye can
Dragon
see.
spine.
Some wealthy people there put floral fragrance in their ink as a way of injecting a little romance
Maybe it's somewhere else,
into
but
the
I would
writing.
assume dragon spine.
When that fragrant ink is burned, this is the
Oh.
exact odor that it leaves behind.
Yeah, that's also, yeah, Shnesnaya. Oh.
Exactly. The evidence will soon be blown away by the wind, so it's nothing we
It
can
was the
rest in
Fatui. Let's just go beat up Juri.
Now I know who we're dealing with. I can plan our next move.
Lady Yelan! Oh, thank goodness I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again.
Why?
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed. This is Upei. He's Wenyuan and Shanghua's colleague. I sent him to look into Jur-E's regular contacts. Since Jur-E likes fishing, Upei thought he might know some of the fishermen and sailors, so he took a boat out to sea to ask around.
Did he get
I
attacked?
left him a note at Yanshang Tea House telling him to look for me at Blackcliff Forge when he got back. If there'd been an ambush waiting for us there, it means we'd have had some backup.
Can he fight?
So,
They did call him Meathead, so maybe he was the best of the 3 fighters. At fighting.
Forgive my incompetence. I'm afraid I've come up empty-handed. I asked all the fishermen multiple times, but none of them had any interactions with Jur-E before. Then the waves got so choppy I ended up falling overboard.
Oh, okay, maybe it wasn't a fight, he just almost drowned.
When I got back, I heard that you'd gone to Blackcliff Forge and might need backup, so I went straight there as fast as I could. Didn't even stop to change my clothes.
Apparently she inspires that much loyalty.
Uncle Tian said that Jur-E once bought a recipe from one of the fishermen. Did you hear anything about that at all?
What? That's news to me.
But now that she knows it might be the Fatui, yeah, she's probably pretty mad.
That's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Lady Yelan, I'm telling you, I spoke to every single fisherman out there, and none of them mentioned anything about a recipe.
Interesting. Then I wonder how that even more wonderful fish soup came about.
Oh my gosh.
Fish soup? What fish soup?
Nothing. Our priority right now is to find a way to get our hands on some solid evidence. Well, any suggestions?
Well, you've already beaten up some Fatui, so you're catching him red-headed.
Not a bad idea. Upei, what do you think?
Honestly, I've already tried following Jur-E, but the guy's too cautious. Never meets with anyone suspicious.
Okay, so tailing's out.
I was joking. I didn't really think he'd actually be connected to the Fatui because I thought the Fatui were basically out of Liyue. But maybe I was wrong after all. Or maybe I was right, but then was wrong.
When you've worked in intelligence for a long time, you'll understand that no one can stay on high alert forever. Especially when he thinks he's about to win. Tomorrow morning, I'll announce his victory at Yuehai Pavilion. Take a guess what you think he'll do next. Be sure to arrive on time. You won't want to miss the show.
Interesting. Interesting. Assuming we gotta wait then. Yep, 9 to 11 the following day. Interesting. Well. I like Yelan though. I really do think she should become the next Tianshu. I just don't know if that'll be the case. Again, will they make anything? Again, H-Daha really did affect so much, obviously. Because if you hadn't done John Lee's second character quest, you wouldn't know really anything about H-Daha, but... I don't know. Right then, you have Pavilion to announce the results. This time I'm gonna fly down. My problem with flying down here is multiple times when it catches you at when you're at a certain height, I've literally jumped down and died. Because it catches you at a certain height for the event, and then as soon as the event ends or something like that, you just die, and I've lost characters that way. Which is kind of hilarious, honestly, but... kind of like that.
It looks like we're all here. Well then, I won't drone on about the importance of the Tianshu role. Suffice to say that Uncle Tian entrusted me with the monumentally important task of assessing the candidates. And now, it falls to me to give him a satisfactory answer.
All of us here know the score. Don't beat around the bush, just get on with it.
Shut up, Jianwei.
Qianwei has many pioneering ideas, but some of his plans are lacking in detail, and he easily gets into testy exchanges with other people. Mingbo is reliable, but not quite ambitious enough, and because of his personality, he struggles to win people over.
I'm sorry, Mingbo.
In contrast, Jur-E is evenly balanced across the board, and enjoys an excellent reputation in Liyue. After much consideration, I have decided to recommend Jur-E to the Liyue Qixing.
What?
What?
Congratulations.
I'm sorry, Mingbo. I do feel bad for Mingbo. I don't feel bad for Jing.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear my name being announced. In my estimation, all three of us are worthy candidates for the Tianshu position. As your competitor, I've become keenly aware of your great talents. Would either of you entertain the possibility of working with me in the future and taking on some of my workload?
I'll have to see. I'm in a bad mood. This is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now.
Good.
I don't mind, as long as I can help.
Oh.
Okay, well, that's all from me. Jur-E, you'll have some preparation to do. It won't be long before you're informed of your official appointment. I hope you will work hard and make Uncle Tien proud.
I will live up to the Tianshu name. On this, you have my word. I should go. I need to pack my things, and then I think a celebratory meal is in order.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have said that to them.
Count me out. I'm not in the mood for a celebration.
Jur-E seems pretty relaxed now. This would be a good time to follow him.
Hey,
Do you have to say that out loud?
Tell me something. What exactly does that
He's
guy
not
have
an
that
ass.
I don't?
Jerk.
If you can't answer that, I'm not accepting this result.
Good for you.
I, also wouldn't mind knowing.
Thanks for saying that in a nice way.
No, if we get stuck here, we won't be able to leave.
I would have just said suck my nuts and left, honestly.
Yes, ma'am.
We finally got rid of them.
Lady Yelan, Jury has gone towards Feiyun Slope.
Follow him.
The Feiyun Commerce Guild? Really? That can't be it. Surely it's gotta be the Patui. Again, I see one hint of a Patui, and I'm smacking this dude, I swear to God.
Difficult to say, but everything should become a lot clearer when...
I'm sorry, Lady Yelan. We lost him. He's too good at this. We weren't able to keep following him without being seen.
How the heck did he manage to shake Yelan's subordinates? I guess Jur-E didn't let his guard down. Still as vigilant as ever.
No, Upe says he's much more relaxed than usual. Maybe it's just how he's wired. Perceptive enough to sense when he's being watched.
Well, if he's meant to be a figurehead, and he's meant to be for some... Especially if it is the Patui.
Let's not forget he was trained by Uncle Tien himself.
That too, yeah.
Evading detection is not an unusual skill for him to have. If I'd asked you to tail Uncle Tien, you'd have ended up at a dead end too. It's fine. So, where did you lose him?
Shinyue Kiosk. He only went in briefly. Upe and I were watching outside the whole time. A few moments later, a man dressed in a completely different outfit came out. Upe had a feeling that it was him, but we couldn't get close enough to check without blowing our cover.
You didn't just follow that dude?
I figured that if we spooked him, it would undo what we've accomplished today so far. Another option would have been to arrest him there and then, but without any evidence.
Making an arrest without evidence would just be pointless.
So I stopped Upe, and I stayed here to wait for you while that meathead went to ask around in Shinyue Kiosk.
Good work. The fish didn't take the bait, but that's okay. As long as he's still swimming around, we'll find a way to catch him eventually. The key is figuring out what he's trying to achieve. Let's go to Shinyue Kiosk.
Okay. Whatever you say, Miss Yelan. Surprised they just didn't send anyone to follow the other guy though. Like, I get that there's only 3 of them, potentially 2 right now.
Could you explain to me how that works? A guy like him comes in, changes his whole outfit right under your nose, and you don't even ask him about it?
Our customers are free to dress however.
It's not really their business, Upe.
What grounds would I have to question him?
Okay, fair enough, but didn't you think it was just a little bit strange?
Surely,
Well,
but...
maybe I did, but it still doesn't give me the right to stop.
that doesn't mean it's his business.
Enough. Let's tone this down a little. I'll make this quick. Just one question. What did he buy while he was here?
Oh, he didn't buy anything. He just picked up a bottle of liquor that he ordered ages ago.
A bottle of liquor?
Yes, a very strong kind. Fiery, with a rich flavor. Not something the average customer would order. This gentleman ordered it in person from us a long time ago. He was only here today to pick it up.
liquor,
Interesting.
and wineware. I see. Let's go.
Oh.
Shigu Antiques.
I hadn't even thought about that. Where's the exit? Oh, is it this door? Yeah. Interesting. Someone who likes liquor, antiques.
Hey, Miss Linlong. Sorry to bother you. Jur-E ordered a wanware set from you not long ago, right? We're friends of his. He's been telling us how impressed he is with the quality, considering how affordable it was. So we just had to come and take a look for ourselves.
Sure. Which model are you looking for?
We don't really know a whole lot about wineware. Let's just go with Jur-E's choice. Would you be able to show us the one he bought?
Jur-E picked up his set not long ago. As a quality imitation of an antique wineware set, it has the look and feel of a luxury item. Just so you're aware, we don't have many of this model left in stock. And now that Mr. Jur-E has taken one, I'm afraid it may encourage the price to
We
go
just
up a
want to
little.
look at it.
Don't worry, price shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure we can work something out. But I'm just a little hazy on one thing. Did Jur-E's wineware set include wine glasses, or...?
For this set, the wine glasses are sold separately. Minimum purchase is 1 glass, maximum
One for
is
him
4.
and one for someone else.
Mr. Jur-E, but 2.
Okay. Thanks, Linlong. Seems there's a little more to buying wineware than I first thought. We'll have to mull it over.
The downside is, like, I don't know if anyone really knows about Yelan, but I can't imagine us, the traveler, running around asking a question like this. It's not a little bit notable to some people.
This is turning into a real headache.
I'd just like to point out that we have the self-professed Grand Master of Fieldwork here to thank for being wholly incapable of tailing an
Oh
ordinary
my gosh,
civilian.
why you
without
kind of ass with that
consent.
one, dude.
It's not like you did any better.
My specialty is information trading, okay? I don't have the physical agility. What's your excuse?
Yelan, so has the plan failed? Oh, if we can't figure out where Jur-E went, there's not much we can do. But why was he buying liquor at Shinue Kiosk anyway? To celebrate?
If so, it's no ordinary celebration.
What do you mean?
First of all, Jur-E isn't much of a drinker. On some level, he hates alcohol because of what it did to his father.
That makes sense.
If he was just looking to celebrate by himself, he wouldn't spend his meager savings on an expensive bottle of alcohol. let
So
alone
it's
buy
probably
pair
a
of
sponsor or
special
whatever it
wine
is.
glasses. No, this is a victory feast, held in honor of Jur-E's private sponsor.
Yeah.
Whoever this person is clearly enjoys hard liquor and has a very high status, hence the need for expensive-looking wineware. Now, where might we find Fatui who match that description, I wonder?
The bank. Yeah, it's the bank. I swear, if it's Tartaglia,
Should be either the Snezhnayan Embassy or the Northland Bank.
Have both locations surrounded.
that doesn't sound like Tartaglia, and Signora,
Yelan, is it time for us to make
you
our
know,
move?
doesn't exist.
So, you can count me in.
So,
Get with the program, would you?
and that really doesn't sound like Scaramouche either.
Operation. Jur-E may be vigilant, but that doesn't mean
So-
the same is true for his drinking buddy. In which case, we don't need to change tactics. Just change who we're following.
Maybe it isn't one of the Harbingers.
Idea! So we just need to find out who Jur-E bought that liquor for and follow them instead!
But Lady Yelan, if we get caught, this could become a major diplomatic incident.
Ningguang quite literally broke into the bank in her hangout event. It'll be fine.
Everything on this. If we really want to catch him, we're going to have to accept a little risk ourselves. Stick to your orders, and make sure we're covering all other bases too. Anywhere else Jur-E might be going. I want eyes on those locations.
There's only 3 of them, Yelan.
Don't worry, Lady Yelan. Jur-E may be a slippery character, but we'll keep a close watch on the movements of all Fatui officials.
I'll be waiting for you at the tea house. If I'm guessing correctly, Fatui officials are likely to take action at night. You should go and get ready.
Okay.
Then meet me at Yenshang Tea House.
I forgot about the bank, honestly, until they were kind of mentioning it, but The fact that the Fatui are still allowed to roam free, though to be fair, I think they are still to some extent in Mondstadt. I don't know how much the Shoguns. Oh, there were stairs here this entire time. I don't know how much the Shoguns cracked down on their presence in Inazuma, because it did seem like they still were there at least a little bit, but she also did straight up murder of Harbinger, so they might not want to be there.
Heading in the direction of Qingshu Pool.
Qingshu Pool? That's the place Jerry mentioned in his manifesto.
It looks like that's where they've arranged to meet. Sensible choice, I'll give them that. Qingshu Pool is always crawling with monsters. Most people wouldn't dream of going there. It's one place they won't.
Yeah, but if they're gonna get smashed in the middle there, you know?
Oh no, we gotta go get them.
A little bit dangerous.
Let's go. If my hunch is correct, we just might hit the jackpot this time.
Yeah, let's get going. Might as well. Qingshu Pool. That is a rather wide area to be searching. Oh, unless it is.
Qingshu Pool. Full of ruins, crawling with monsters. Anyone with any sense steers well clear of this place. I've looked into the place before. There's a worker's entrance somewhere around here.
Looking for
Follow
worker's
me.
entrance. Okay. There's this place yellow. Oh, it's right here. Is this it? Oh, did not even realize.
There's been some work done on this place in the past, but it's a bit of a labyrinth inside.
It's a
I
domain.
can't guarantee we'll be safe once we're underground. The workers
We'll
left an
figure it out.
emergency access route. If we can find it, this will be a much easier journey. Still, be ready to fight at any moment. Any resistance needs to be taken out quickly and quietly. We don't want to attract too much attention.
Don't worry, we're all professionals here. By the way,
At stealth?
where are your three little helpers at?
They have other things to take care of first. We couldn't afford to wait for them, but they'll join us later.
Okay. Alright, time to go. Recommended Hydrogel. So my only thought is, right, usually on these trial runs, they let you take the character. Let's take Zhonglian, so we have Geo. Could just take in Ningguang as well. Because surely it'll just give us the extra option, and if you take in the character, a lot of times you don't get the option to take in like a 5th character. I might just be wrong though. But either way, we'll still have Hydro and Geo because we have Kokomi in the party. But I'm genuinely curious to see if I would assume it'll give us the trial version. Just wanted to try that out though, I might be wrong. Yeah, nice. And I think if we had taken her, it wouldn't have worked out that way, so. Might as well put up Zhongli here. Ah, stop climbing the pillar. I wonder if, maybe I should have tried taking in Jean, though, because I wonder if, the Yelan passive would have proc for having 5 people in the party. That would have been really interesting.
As I expected.
No, actually, it's probably capped, actually, now that I think about it. When you got, adapt these. That's not it. That's also not it. Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay. Specifically says 1 through 4. That would have been really cool, though. Would have been interested to see that be the case. Alright then. We must be nearing the end of this. It is a Fatui member. Who would have thought? I literally said that as a throwaway thing just because it's always the Fatui.
Looks like he went through
And then it ended up actually being Fatui. That's crazy.
emergency access route, right? Come on, let's hurry.
Imagine betraying your country for the Fatui. I understand that he was poor. And that he obviously probably wants to find some way to make it big, but
This is the
I don't think I
construction
could.
workers' emergency access route, but it's closed tight. Trying to break through would be risky. Let's see if we can find another way.
Oh. Oh, okay. What's that? Oh, do I like the lantern? Okay. Hello. Oh, 92, huh? Yeah. Usually these character quests don't take too long. How long are we doing this? Probably like an hour and a half. Yeah, I didn't expect this to take longer than a couple hours with us watching everything. Sometimes I get impatient with some characters and skip through the dialogue and it takes even less, but they do a good job of making sure that it's still very engaging, but not like, I'm spending 12 hours doing this character's character quest, you know? But maybe I'm also just more interested in Yelan's character quest. Okay. Oh.
The water's gone down. Hey, look! Is that another way through?
The trial version literally has higher cons. It's probably 3 gonna have to imagine. Oops. Oh, and you get to use her weapon. Yeah, see? I'm glad that we did this version as well. So yeah, this one actually has slightly less XP but more attack than the one I have. But do they give her... Oh, they just give her Noblesse Oblige. I mean, that gives her more... I mean, yeah, the 4-piece Noblesse Oblige does give her the ability to buff, you know, every ally's attack. And she is constantly switching out. I could also, again, see Emblem of Severed Fate being a deal. I've been using 2-piece Tenacity of the Millilith for HP plus 2-piece Hydro damage bonus, but again, I don't know if that's actually the correct option. So maybe I'll have to try that, just go full Noblesse Oblige. I don't have a whole lot of solid Noblesse Oblige pieces for an HP scaling character, but that doesn't mean it's not possible that it could be useful. What is that? Oh. We're gonna need another one regardless.
Illusion shattered.
Do I meant to switch to? There we go.
Gotcha. Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Nice. Anything there? Okay. Oh. There's a chest here. Interesting. Yeah, that's both pieces. So let's go ahead and... Okay. Blocked by rocks. Wait, what rocks? Oh. That opens beneath. So what stone? Oh. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure we only needed 2 flames for the lanterns, so... Shouldn't be a huge deal, Leo.
More speed.
Brought down the water net. Nice, nice. Oh.
The water's flowed into the groove, and now the statues have lit up. Okay.
What statue?
Now we should be able to move the statues.
Okay. Gonna be completely honest, I'm not entirely sure what we're looking for unless we're just trying to push them to... Okay, yeah. Unless we're just trying to push the flame statues to those. Push these in a big circle. Perfect, yeah, that ought to do it. Sick. That open up this gate, or... Oh, it opened up the big door. That does make sense.
We should be nearly at the bottom now. Let's wrap this up.
Mm-hmm. What is this thing doing here? Keep switching to... I found that first, that's fine. You will take care of it. An eye for an eye on the world would be blind, Eula. For the record, I know you're always talking about vengeance, but not always the play. Not always the move. Oh.
Take it easy.
Interesting.
I can tell from the aroma.
Yusupov.
This is very fine liquor indeed. I'm impressed.
You see POV?
Come on.
POV of a loser?
After you, of course.
Did he just poison him?
Oh, sorry, that went down the wrong way. I've never drunk anything this strong before. It'll take me some getting used to.
You'll get there. If you want to stay friends with us, you have to drink.
Why do you want to be friends with the Fatui, dude?
I'll do my best.
You're more of a lightweight than I thought. Already struggling after one glass? I thought you were made of sterner stuff. You certainly kept it together.
Oh, what?
Poisoning your teacher's soup. Come on, another round. Less talking, more drinking.
Oh no.
Sure. You didn't leave me.
Maybe Uncle Tian's just gonna leave the one.
Just
Yeah.
the mention of poisoning sends shivers down
Maybe
my
Uncle
spine.
Tian's gonna get better, and then he's gonna spend a few more years going.
Every time I poisoned him, I had to hide away at home for a few days because I was so scared of getting caught.
Oh, poor you.
No, it has not been easy for you, my friend. We appreciate all your hard work, but I have to say, you really are quite a genius at poisoning people. I mean, the poison we brought from Snezhnaya is as strong as this wine, but you found a way to turn it into an imperceptible, slow-acting poison and came up with the idea of delivering it through fish soup.
Can we?
You said? Oh, yeah. You
Oh
said the
my
soup's fishy
gosh.
flavor neutralizes the pungency of the poison, and this process even makes the soup tastier as a result. How did you
It struck
Skip
me
the
one day
dialogue.
when
I want to
was
murder
fishing.
this guy.
I'm lucky it did. Otherwise,
You have performed excellently. The Fatui will continue to provide the support you need to consolidate your position as Tianshu.
Ah!
We
I'm so
also have
mad.
some other requests for you.
don't worry. Whatever tasks you have for.
Did you hear that? It was poison! What a nasty guy! Seize him!
Hold on. Did you bring a camera? If not, you can use mine. This is quite a scene. We have to capture it for posterity.
Great, now can we go beat him up?
Excellent. We've seen no progress on the diplomatic front, and everyone has been eyeing
Oh
up
my
the
gosh, the
treasure of
Fatui.
Jingshu.
Again, I keep seeing these theories online that maybe they're the quote-unquote good guys. The war against heaven's a good thing.
Everything will be
The
taken
Saritsa has a lot to answer to
report back on a
when we get
successful
strong enough to
mission.
see her.
Thank you, Juri. I remember when I first saw you. I knew right away that you would make a good partner for us. Hey, do you still remember what I said?
How could I forget?
Lowly
You said a
commoners,
lowly
don't you know
commoner
how
like
hard
me,
you work?
the only way is for you to shine bright in the Tianshu's darkest moment.
Yes.
Oh.
Under normal circumstances, the gap between you and other people could only ever
I
be
understand
this
that kind
much
of
or two
despair,
competitors.
but
Shenwei had wealth. Mingboa had
I really don't want to hear this. This is bothering me.
That's why I decided to help you. You know, there's an old saying in the Fatui. Give a starving dog a bone, and it'll guard...
Yes, I cannot...
you know, the best thing about you is... heck, when you're not in the company...
Poverty and things like that can drive people to do bad things, but you poison the man who saved your life.
How about that?
Just to try and get a position out, a leg up in life.
He has low self-esteem. Seems he was right. He was worried that whatever advantage he might have now will diminish over time. So the Fatui persuaded him that he should act while he can.
Of course, the Fatui had something to do with it, but
The camera?
plenty.
Then get ready to use it. Tonight's grand finale should be coming up any minute now. How well this goes for us depends on how Jur-E plays his hand.
Ooh, is there any more alcohol? Go on. Fill me up. I'm in a good...
There's only a little left. Here, I'll fill your glass. If you like it, I can bring you some more next time.
Whoa, this is the good stuff.
Jeez.
It is great. Huh?
Did he just poison him?
What the?
Oh, he's trying to cut all his strings attached and become free as the new T. You aren't gonna be the Tianshu, dude. You can't be trusted no matter what.
You poisoned my wine? But when?
You seem surprised, Mr. Yusupov. How could I not? I've sacrificed years. You really think I'd put myself through all that?
Yeah, he's trying to shed the strings.
Little puppet. I don't want to bow down.
You imbecile. It's the Fatui who got you to work.
Do you see the haystack in the corner? Underneath it is a pile of explosives. And next door in the dark room are the 3 undercover agents you sent to infiltrate the Black Cliff Forge. I'm gonna stay here till I see you slip into unconsciousness. Then I'm gonna set this on fire. Once the flames burn through the hay, they'll ignite the explosives. The ruins will collapse, and everything will be buried.
This is really irritating. Don't get me wrong. Fuck. Sorry. Screw the Fatui, but.
Of leaving some evidence of your contact with the undercover agents at the Black Cliff Forge. It won't take long for people to join the dots. 2 missing person cases will become 1 as the Fatui planted undercover agents in the Black Cliff Forge to steal their signature ruin-grade explosive. But things didn't quite go to plan. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, the embassy won't. It explains why you acted alone, while exonerating the rest of the embassy of any liability. Of course, none of that will have anything to do with me.
Wow, I hate this guy.
When all of this comes to my attention, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to cancel the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan immediately. I guess then, I'll be Tianshu and...
Jerry, do you really think you're gonna get away after I did?
A record? Oh, you must mean the one in the Because when you contacted me, I also made contact with your associates. I have Theophant. He'll help me tie up all the loose ends. He has been eyeing your position.
That's right.
Relax. It's over. After tonight, everyone gets what they want. And anyone else in the know is either my accomplice or about to be
The voice actor did a great job of making me suddenly hate this guy. Yeah, it sucks for you, dude. If you had worked diligently alongside Uncle Tian, he actually probably would have suggested you for the job. It's a shame.
I did a little surveying on the way here and found that you'd left yourself 3 escape routes in case things went south. I have them all surrounded. If you're thinking of trying anything, save yourself the effort. The game's up. We were here the whole time and have pictures of everything. They came out pretty nicely. Want to see them?
The game's up? Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
Shut up. Honestly.
I happened to discover a Fatui operation here, so I approached them on the pretext of joining forces and eventually brought them down from within. If it pleases you, Miss Yelan, I'd be only too happy.
This is how you want to play it, huh? Fine. You do you. All we need to do to convict you is establish that the poison in his system is the same as in Uncle Tien's. Nothing else you wanted to add? Let's leave it there then. Time to go.
In that case, though, maybe Yelan won't become the Tianshu because
comes crashing down.
he didn't. I wouldn't have admitted it there.
Careful. You followed him here, didn't you? I was so focused on keeping myself out of sight. Let's talk about this, Yelan. I gave you my word that
Oh my god, shut up.
Your point being?
When I take office, I can guarantee that I will act in your best interests. I don't deny
Don't even want to hear
used
it.
underhanded methods to...
You still don't get it, do you? Even now, what do you think?
Uncle Tian has always trusted you.
Exactly. Jur-E, clever people can always come up with a good excuse. But while you might be able to get other people to believe you, you'll never be able to deceive yourself.
I genuinely think if he'd done this honestly, maybe
win other people's respect, but when has
years in
Uncle
the
Tian
future,
ever looked down on you?
Tian would have actually
He was like a teacher
suggested
and a
him,
father to you, but you chose to
and he
repay
considered
that
him
by
family.
poisoning him. Whatever positive goal you may have started out with, you threw it away in that moment.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Of course. What makes this even crueler is that you managed to convince yourself there was no other way. Uncle Tian was always going to give you this opportunity, even if you'd done nothing at all. Out of everyone in the world, he is the one who trusts you the most. So much that he drank your fish soup without doubting you, not for 1 second.
This is where her harsh tongue
That's enough.
her harsh tongue actually kind of comes into play, though.
Life is like fishing. It cannot be rushed. Whatever you do, impatience will accomplish nothing. I was just like you once, desperate to prove myself. Only later did I realize things do not always turn out the way you plan, but you have to keep calm to carry on. You're still young. Be patient, believe in yourself.
That's good advice for
Look
everyone.
outside yourself to prove your value. Where's Jury these days? It's been a long time since he last paid me a visit.
Maybe he's just busy.
Well, next time, if he doesn't bring a pot of piping hot fish soup, don't let him in.
Whatever you were thinking about, you'll have plenty of time to mull it over in prison. Oh, I almost forgot. If the Fatui find out what happened today, prison might not turn out to be the safest place for you.
Yeah.
Trying to have friends on both sides, it has a way of turning everyone against you. But right now, I have an opportunity
That
for
look.
you.
Oh. Yelan, that look.
Sorry, things are about to get extremely busy for me. Let's meet at Yenshang Tea House tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I'll have someone remove the explosives. Then, there's someone I have to go and see.
Need our help with that?
I'm not sure I want to see that help with that.
It could be dangerous. You should leave this one to the professionals.
We're professionals. Come on. You spent like a long time in the chasm with
Don't
us.
worry. As long as they're willing to cooperate, this will be a straightforward deal. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye. Oh, precious chest? Oh my gosh, the game's spoiling me. Don't see those often nowadays. Eight o'clock the following day. Huh. Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, it was a good time for it to kind of switch over. Yeah, no matter what, you shouldn't repay the people who have done so much for you. I understand that desperation. I'm sure the poverty of the past and everything it got to him, but again, he had someone who was willing to give him that chance. It is sad in a way, because had he not done what he did, I think Uncle Tian would have actually one day, you know, maybe actually suggested him for the position. But now I actually don't think Yelan's gonna become the... Surely he'll just get better and keep acting for a couple years. That might have been it.
There is now no poison left in his system. But
Oh, hi Baiju. I've heard he's gonna be, you know, starting maybe not quite in version 3.0, but...
Dr. Baiju,
or 3.1, he'll be there pretty
are
soon.
going to be...
Hi Baiju.
You needn't worry too much. Keep taking the prescribed medicine
Where's Chi-Chi?
every day, and a full recovery will take at most 2 to 3 years.
Oh, maybe not.
It's good we caught it in time. A few days later, and the toxin would have built up in the internal organs. At that point,
I'm sorry, Uncle Tian. Does that mean Yelan's gonna be the Tianshu after all?
How did they
I'd quite like that.
successfully secure such a seldom seen poison? It seems the Fatui are extremely resourceful.
They have people in most likely all 7 nations, unless one of the other. Even how closed off, you know, Inazuma was.
Uncle Tian will be heading off now. Remember to get plenty of rest and avoid overexerting yourself while you're recovering.
Don't worry, I will. Thank you very much.
Baiju. Okay, I guess we're not talking to him.
You're here too? Thank you for all you've done to resolve this situation. I'll have to make some tea in a moment. You simply have to try it.
Are you feeling any better, Uncle Tian?
Yes, the exhaustion seems to have gone. My mind is steadily getting clearer again.
Luckily, it looks like choosing the Tianshu's successor is
Yeah,
something
he'll
not
be
such
fine.
a pressing issue after all.
Hey.
My work is mostly wrapped up, so I thought I'd take a minute to check in here. The assessment process comes to an end here, Uncle Tian. In my opinion, Zhi is not suitable for the position. But Chenwei and Mingbo both have potential.
Well, if he keeps acting for a couple years, perhaps those two will grow into people who could.
People can change their loyalties easily. I've always known
Yeah,
this.
I know that on a personal level.
But whenever it happens, it's
I have a very personal experience that.
Is it just Paimon, or is Uncle Tian not that surprised?
He's been in this line of work for a long time.
Don't underestimate Uncle Tian. He wouldn't have appointed me as assessment officer if he hadn't had his doubts about Zhi. Normally, the Yue High Pavilion would be responsible for assessing the candidates. Isn't that right, Uncle Tian?
Yes, to be quite honest, I wanted to trust him unreservedly. But I have to be responsible with the position of Tianshu. When I first met Zhi, I wondered if he had approached me with a hidden agenda. So I secretly investigated him. I concluded that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He just saw me as an ordinary fishing friend. In the end, even he changed.
When
did it start? I never had any plans to recommend him directly, but I always intended to give him a chance to compete on a level playing field.
He would have given him a chance. That's what I'm saying.
Everything to many people, but I don't attach
Had he proven himself over the next couple of years, he very much could have earned the opportunity.
To speak of when I first became Tianshu.
Oh, interesting.
I relied on Ganyu's assistance for all manner of things.
I like Ganyu quite a lot.
What I really admire
The Chronicle workers, Ganyu and Jean, are very endearing.
And resilience.
I have to admit, he's a smart guy and very cautious. The intel suggests that the Fatui saw him as very low risk, but Zhi was still extremely careful with the poisoning. He chose that specific liquor from Xinyue Kiosk because the fiery flavor would mask the bitterness of the poison, and he chose to wait until the Fatui official was drunk and had his guard down before delivering it to him. He also installed a secret compartment in the wine pot he bought to hold the poison. As the amount of liquor went down, he'd shake the pot to release the poison from the compartment into the liquor.
That actually almost reminds me of if you've ever seen, there's a video, I can't remember by who, it's pretty famous though, of the Assassin's Teapot, where it was like if you had your finger over like a certain hole, I think in the teapot, that would cause different things from a different layer to be poured. And that was like, you could use it obviously for like, I don't know, it's like milk and tea or something like that, but you could use it for poison.
Afterwards,
that's why it's called the Assassin Teapot.
An antidote on him. Had the Fatui official grown suspicious, Zhi would have drunk the poisoned wine himself, and then found an opportunity to take the antidote shortly afterwards.
But that's still really dangerous.
He was prepared to throw everything on the line for the position.
Had he drunk the poisonous wine, he still would have faced serious health consequences despite taking the antidote. He didn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way to achieve his goal.
Interesting.
How is Zhi now?
Probably sitting in jail.
Well, I mean, he is sitting in a jail cell. Like Yanfei says, everyone who breaks the law has to pay the price. Still, he's cooperating. He didn't turn down my offer to strike a deal. I'll make sure there are plenty of guards around to keep him safe from anything the Fatui might be planning.
We could just kick the Fatui out of Liyue, just saying. And everywhere else.
Yes, Zhi's not the one I'm interested in. If he was as far as this went, I'd have handed the case off to my subordinates as soon as I realized.
Interesting.
But once the Fatui became involved, things got a whole lot more interesting. I thought I might have the chance to catch a big fish.
Are there any harbingers in Liyue anymore?
Almost. Unfortunately, it slipped off the hook at the last second.
Uncle Tian, Yelan, about? Paimon doesn't understand.
We don't need to know, Paimon.
Jur-E colluded with the
Oh,
Fatui
okay.
to try and secure the position of Tianshu. Or, to put it the other way around, the Fatui made an attempt to interfere in the Tianshu selection process.
They try to interfere in everything.
Yusupov in our
I can only
hands,
imagine
and
if there was a new
statement from
Tianchuan
Jur-E,
or Yuhong.
we could afford to continue with a diplomatic offensive. Also, we'd be able to gain control of Theophan, Yusupov's second in command. Then we'd have a pawn in the ranks of the Fatui. Pawns like this can be major assets. They open up all sorts of new options. Why else did you think I was investing so much time and effort into this case?
Okay, so she does investigate things other than the castle. That's what I always thought. That's why I was surprised when she said that.
We got halfway. The first part went off without a hitch, and we passed all the information on to Lady Ningguang. But when we tried to make contact with Theophan, he was gone, along with all the evidence.
Interesting.
The Fatui must be spying on us. Otherwise, they'd never been able to respond so quickly.
I found out from other sources that the Harbinger Regrator got involved.
Regrator?
The Fatui's main forces aren't concentrated here. Regrator was only treating this as a peripheral concern. It's a pity that Theophan got away. But knowing which Harbingers are still looking at Liyue is something.
Yeah.
It gives me a starting point for my next mission.
So, as far as I understood, right, Tartaglia was the 13th Harbinger, and we know that that is really interesting. It's interesting that they're introducing a new one. It makes sense, though, you know? Because for most of the story, the only Harbingers that we knew of were Scaramouche, Signora, and Tartaglia. We knew that there's one, I don't know which one it is specifically, maybe it was Dottore, maybe it wasn't, but we know that there's supposedly one active in Sumeru, so we knew we were going to meet one soon. And I only know of Dottore because from the manga, about Diluc and Kaya, we know Dottore was active in Mondstadt for at least some time. So it does make sense, though, that if Signora is no longer here, now that they have the Gnosis, they're going to still keep tabs on the nation. And Tartaglia very much seems to be banned from, like, if any of the Harbingers, because of what he did, can't come back to Liyue, or have a very hard time getting back into, because to be fair, he was there during his own character quest. I'd imagine, though, that maybe they do try to cycle out Harbingers. Again, even if this was a quote-unquote peripheral concern, I would imagine that they don't keep the same Harbingers, potentially. I mean, they maybe built up a base like the one in Sumeru, but it's interesting. But that does mean that we're going to be meeting a new Harbinger soon, which is potentially really interesting.
Do you have any desire to take over the position of Tianshu yourself?
Oh.
I remember you showed some interest a few days ago at Yenshang Tea House. In my estimation, you are...
I feel like she's going to say, no, I have my own duties, but maybe that's just me.
Oh, that. I was obviously joking.
Oh.
I prefer my current life. There's danger and there's excitement.
Hmm.
Although it'd still be a behind-the-scenes role. As Tianshu, I wouldn't have the chance to get involved in anything truly clandestine or face any real danger.
You're a thrill seeker.
Alright, I'm done here. Time for me to go. I'm heading off again in a few days, and I still have to prepare.
Where are you off to this time?
Still think you would have been good at the job, but I feel like you'll probably be good at just about any behind-the-scenes jobs.
And you to find out.
Yelan.
But I'm sure if you keep going as you are, getting yourselves involved in other people's business all the time, you're sure to get
Thanks.
caught up in another misadventure.
We are supposed to be going to Sumeru pretty soon, so...
Maybe I'll see you the next time danger beckons. Until then, keep your wits about you. A lot of people are watching you for a lot of reasons. If you have any more questions, just ask Uncle Tian. After the recent turn of events, I'd say he owes you one. You?
That was a fun quest. And I actually really like Yelan. That was calculating gambit. I do hope they give her another part to a quest. Because to my knowledge, the only people that have gotten a second part to their, character quest lines are the Archons. And even Venti, I don't think, had a second one, did he? I know for a fact that obviously Zhongli had a second one because that's where we met Azhdaha. And the Raiden Shogun had a second one because that's where we fight the puppet for the other Trance domain. So I wonder if maybe eventually they're going to give Venti a little bit more love. But overall... I really enjoyed that. Like, honestly, the event I think was really well done.
Who's our target?
Again, I'm really glad that the people behind the scenes, at MiHoYo were okay. The delay on the patch was obviously because of that. And I don't know how much more I'm going to stream of Genshin, just because, again, I'm not a big, Spiral Abyss player, so that wouldn't be a huge, concern for me. But maybe when the next Archon quest comes out, maybe the next... I don't know, event or something, we could do a quick stream, something like that. But I really enjoyed these past 3 streams on Genshin. I really love this game. I usually do my dailies just about every single day. I played a little bit of Honkai Impact. I'm not very far into that game though, only a few chapters in. But I think that these games are shown a lot of love, and I think that's really neat. It's always good to get into a game that has a lot of attention paid to it. But I think honestly we'll probably get back into some of the roguelikes. I'd like to get started into Hades, whether I stream it or record it. Again, I am going to be recording my playthrough of the closing shift here, hopefully today or tomorrow, getting that posted, because most of my recent posts on my YouTube channel have been VODs, because that's what I've been focusing on, getting started into streaming. I don't know how often I'll be streaming every week. Once I'm back into working, maybe it will only be maybe 1, 2, 3 times a week. But for now, honestly, I wouldn't mind just streaming, even just to relax, like 2-3 hours of Binding of Isaac, Slay the Spire every day, you know? But overall, like, yeah, a lot of really interesting things we saw today. I was really, really interested, and, you know, it was cool to see the Yaksha, to get a good, obviously, close on the event. I was a little surprised we didn't get to see Ito and Shinobu off, but I suppose it wasn't really necessary. I suppose Shinobu was probably just going to go get her degree, maybe have, you know, lunch with Yanfei, and then be on their way. Back to Inazuma, it was honestly really neat to see Inazuman characters outside of Inazuma, because it was so rare, you know? I would assume the vast majority of Inazumans haven't left the country in several years, because of the Vision Hunt degree, the Sakoku degree, stuff like that. So seeing them actually get to travel outwards is something that, like, I think every other nation probably took for granted. It's very similar to how, like, I'd love to see, you know, I think Eula was the one who saved Yanfei or something like that at one point. I would love to see the Knights leave, you know, it's just, that'd be hard. Like, Jean especially, I know Jean, obviously with the Golden Apple Archipelago, and that group, you know, it's Kaya, D-Luke, Albedo, Klee, all left Mondstadt for a short time at that point. But a genuine reason outside of involving Klee, which again, we got to see Klee and Albedo go to, and Xingqiu go to Inazuma, you know, an event or two ago. That was really, really neat. So seeing the opposite was really cool, especially in like a mainstream Archon quest. I will say one thing I'm a little bit disappointed of is, again, I wanted to see their interaction between Yelan and Shenhe. I suppose it doesn't necessarily make sense, a whole lot of sense canonically for them to meet aside from just being in Liyue together, but I still think it would have been really cool. Just because, again, there are a lot of interesting parallels there. They're both, I would assume, well, I still can't get quite a pin down on either of their ages. I do think Yelan is probably a little bit closer to age to Ningguang and Beidou than she is some of the younger, obviously, characters like Hu Tao in Liyue. But I don't know if maybe she does almost seem like maybe she's a couple years younger than Ningguang. Maybe that's just me. But I really loved her character. The sassiness was kind of funny. Still have my favorite character right here. Not gonna lie, but honestly, Yelan she's making a good, like, both in gameplay and in personality and everything. She's making, you know, she's rising through my ranks. Yeah, there's a lot to take into, like the talk about betrayal and people turning on a dime. I've had experiences like that, and it's really disheartening. People that you've known for years throughout, like, high school, middle school, you know, years of your life. Sometimes it just takes some opportunity, and it, you know, I'm not going to go into too much into detail, but I had some people in my life that I no longer speak with that made decisions upon entering college that, you know, I think they saw an opportunity to get in with a new crowd, and it's difficult. And it doesn't mean they don't regret it, you know, again, but that doesn't mean those wounds can be mended. Again, this is a perfect example. Maybe Uncle Tian could eventually forgive him, but he poisoned him. It's going to take time for him to recover. He tried to use everyone as a stepping stone to become the next Tianshu, and it's sad because it was an opportunity he probably would have received. And, you know, maybe he thought this was a way to get it back, or this was a maybe slightly more, you know, favorable position to be in, but he already clearly outshined those two at first glance. So what's to say a few years down the road, maybe they would have made some maturity, they would have made some improvements, but he also would have made more. He would have, you know, and again, it seemed like his reputation obviously took a big inflation because of the Fatui, but what's to say that he wouldn't have been able to make strides like that naturally? So, who knows? But that was a really well done character quest. I still want to. I'm not gonna do the. It's been a little over 4 hours now. I'd like to go get something to eat, honestly. But maybe I will stream the entirety of the Aimiko character quest, because again, I know it says I'm a little bit into it. And I am basically done with this quest. Yeah, it looks like if this is the quest chain rewards, that means I was pretty much on the last step of the Ayato quest. I just genuinely forgot, which is crazy because again, right now Yae Miko is and has been for a while my favorite character in the game. I love her personality. I love her design. I'm a sucker for fox girls, as you can probably tell by my ears. But I really, really love the character, so I've wanted to see her character quest. Again, I heard that maybe it kind of turned a couple people off. I've seen in like YouTube comments and stuff, you know, like they were like, she's just so consistent. But again, that just means she's consistent to her character. But we'll maybe get into that. That's maybe the last thing. Maybe we'll pair that up with the next event or something, you know? I hate to put it off because again, I love the character so much. But yeah, it's just interesting. And again, thinking about the Yaksha, I would have really loved to meet some of those Yaksha. Like the younger one that I think she was like the Hydra one, it looked like. That was very excitable. Obviously, there was the hothead, the Pyro one. You know, the Electro one seemed very genuine. Even once he'd gotten mad, you know, he started to recover his memories. He called the other Yaksha his family. He took care of that human with him. I wasn't expecting to see quite so much in that Archon quest of him because he apparently gone mad, but he remembered his name at the end. And oh, it's so good. But kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, I think I have my YouTube channel linked in my Twitch descriptions. It's the same thing. I post the VODs on my YouTube channel as well. It's just the same name, Misfortune Grow, on YouTube. So hopefully, you know, if you take a look at this stream or the VOD, you could maybe take a look over that channel. I will be doing that again. I maybe will stream some horror games in the future, but I think the closing shift for now will be the first one that I do, and I am just gonna record it, do a quick playthrough. I've heard it doesn't take more than a couple hours, and I'm not gonna try and probably get every single ending. I'm probably just going to go for my raw reaction. It's same thing as if I were to do like, I've never played Until Dawn. Obviously, I've seen like the best ending. I've seen like Tio's playthrough. I've seen some of the bigger YouTubers, you know, Mark, all of them play through it. Games like that, I think, have maybe more impact for some people. There's obviously always that same kind of content that can be found from doing the 100% and everything. But I think I just enjoy just doing a quick playthrough. I do love achievement hunting though. Like, I have Dead God and Isaac, despite the fact that if you watch me play Isaac, I make so many rookie mistakes, it's crazy. But anyway, I've really enjoyed streaming, though, just getting a chance to kind of ramble a bit. You know, once hopefully, I'd love to build up a bit more of an audience, build more, you know, a chat to kind of discuss with, but that's something that comes with time. And I've really enjoyed, like, just being a streamer, doing YouTube stuff. I need to get more into editing content for YouTube because pretty much everything is raw uploads. But anyway, I hope anyone that watches this, you know, thanks so much for watching. Thanks to the 2 people that came out and watched again. Just, I know you're a couple friends. I'll talk to you in Discord later, but yeah, that was a lot of fun. I will catch you guys next time. Thanks again so much for watching. Bye.